Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Everyone recovered after yesterday's session? Long session?
Yeah. It all feels a bit flat in here today. So atmosphere is very sedate.
Good, thank you. So this morning, we are dealing with Matter 3, Issue 2. I'm not going to, everyone here is familiar with any procedures, so I'm not going to go through those. But before we start the session, I just wonder, I'll invite you to explain the changes on the commitments table, Mr. Humphries. But before that, are there any general matters that you wish to bring to our attention before we get into this particular matter?
Yes, sir, if I may. This afternoon, just first one of programming. This afternoon, when we get to Matter 6, I appreciate we need to deal with first the residual matters from yesterday. But after we've done that and we get into Matter 6, could we bring forward the Gypsy travel and show people accommodation to be the first issue that we deal with, simply because the individual from the council who's dealing with that has got healthcare commitments that he needs to deal with, so he could do with just leaving as soon as possible. Yeah. So if we could deal with that first, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. Sir, and then just to flag, and it's of some relevance to the affordable housing discussion vis-a-vis viability that will be had this morning. We've submitted a letter that we received on the 25th of February from the Housing Plus group, who are one of the bodies involved in the Homes England Affordable Homes programme, to give an update on what their position is and the position in Telford. So we've added that to the documents and maybe of some relevance this afternoon. Otherwise, I think, and so I indicated last night, but just for the benefit of all of those here, we said yesterday at the start of the day, did you want to see the actual pro formas that we've got from the developers in relation to the table we're about to look at? We did the redaction exercise. Those have been submitted, and I've not double checked, but I would imagine they're now on the website as well, but I've not. May or may not be, but anyway, they've been submitted.
Are they on the website, or you wait for us to say? Yeah, if they could go on, that would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you. Is that it, Mr. Humphries?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wonder whether, Kerry, is that, if we can get those on the website, can you do that now, from where you are? Oh, because they're separate files. Okay. I just wonder whether, I'm not going to go into them, but they're just information. Just wonder whether anybody else who needs access to them. Do you know how you're going to put them on the website? Or you haven't worked it out yet? Okay. So the issue is that the council has produced some developer return sheets which relate to the commitments, and well, I'll invite the council to just tell us a little bit about them, but you won't have access to them yet. But there are tables of returns that have come from developers well, Mr. Humphries, do you just want to explain to the participants so they know what they are?
Yes, I'll perhaps ask Patrick to just explain, as he's been the one who's... What we've submitted was in accordance with our action list. We submitted on Monday a table, an updated table in relation to committed sites, and I'll just get Patrick to explain what that is, what it looks like and what it's telling you.
Good morning, inspectors. Yes, I'll go through the developer return forms first, and then I'll go through the table afterwards. In terms of developer return forms, during our annual monitoring, what we did was go out to developers basically asking for housing return on the planning applications that we had on our major site commitments. Developer return forms are those returns from said developers that we've got in there. In terms of the additional delivery evidence that we've submitted to yourselves on the table, so it's been taken from the major commitments that was in TW11A on our 5-year housing land supply, agreed by DLP. Column A goes through your deliverability in accordance with the MPPF, glossary Annex 2, so category A. Being sites which do not involve major development and have planning permission, and all sites with detailed planning permission is your A, and then B, where a site has outline planning permission for major development, and I won't go through what the definitions are. In terms of going through the table, so the second column we've got added onto there is developer return / projected delivery. So ones where the estate developer return is where we've got the developer tables that we've sent forward that are the redacted ones, and the projected delivery is where we haven't had the developer returns back from them, and that's our projected delivery. The next column after that is the discharge condition. So in relation to the application that's on the major site commitments, it's in confirmation from our development management team, is whether conditions have been discharged on those applications, so they'll be either partially discharged, fully discharged, or no actions. We then have DM commentary, so that's the development management commentary, which states whether developers are on site or building out, or any additional commentary we can have to prove that the sites are being built out. And then the last column we've added as well is the house builder / registered provider. So for each of those applications, we've put the house builder and registered provider on there. Anything that's on the major site commitments is as shown on TW11A.
Thank you. And the developer returns sheet that we've referred to, that is something that you do. The developer return sheet, that's something that you do normally every year. You contact developers and get information as to where they are and where they expect to be by the end of the year. So you get information in and you fill in that sheet. And you do that, I think the date is July, something like that, is that right?
So you have it, do it by financial year. So as of the end of March 31st, we then go out to the developers with the sheet, who then fill the sheet for us. And then obviously we check the data and then fill into this sheet.
Thank you. So when you've estimated completions for 25, 26, that's what you've used. You've used that to help you decide what those completions, estimate what those completions will be.
Yes, that's correct. And just for clarity in terms of the sheets themselves, all we do is we extract that information in terms of what they've said their build programme is, and that's gone into our 5-year supply. So it's kind of from the horse's mouth, if you like, in terms of the returns. So there's not any extra kind of information that's not readily reflected on the overall spreadsheet.
You've extracted that from emails or forms that you've sent out, and you've just put them into that table to be consistent. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's part of your normal monitoring. And so the information you've provided here on this commitments table is now helpful to us, and you've explained what you've done on this new section on the left-hand side, which is helpful to us because those are what we thought was kind of missing. And then you've put more information on the bigger part of the table as well, have you? So the application details are more defined in there than they were previously, is that right?
The application details are as they were on the TW11A. In terms of the printed out version you have, the columns might be slightly smaller, but that was just to try and fit onto the printing of the A3. So the column.
Yeah, and then the evidence of deliverability, which is the final column on the right, that hasn't changed, but it's now effectively refer back to the column on the left, the columns on the left, which has, in your view, that evidence of deliverability. So
Yes, that's
yeah.
correct.
yeah, okay. So that is helpful. Are there any questions on that from anyone in the way the council has approached that? So can you just, I don't want to go through this site by site, but can we just look at, and I'm particularly interested in the 5-year supply. The planned period supply is not so much of an issue for commitments. But if we look at the 5-year supply, so obviously there are so if we go through it, there are a number of sites that have now been completed, so they're counted as completions, so they're gone, and then there's a set of sites that are under construction, and these you're classing as category A in terms of the MPPF definition of deliverable. So, is there anything you want to say about those under construction? You would normally expect a site under construction to be contributing to the 5-year supply. Is there any difference between the columns that are shaded and the columns that are not shaded? The rows, sorry. Is there any significance of that? I haven't worked it out
The
yet.
column shaded, the 26, 27 to 30, 31 is the 5-year supply. AF to AJ.
Sorry, just take me through that again. Sorry, because if I'm looking at if I go to the second page and under construction, and I'm looking at just over halfway down, land between Castle Farm Way and the A5. The 5-year supply is not greyed out. I'm just wondering what the difference is. There must be a reason, and just haven't worked it out.
I believe it's a formatting error.
Okay.
Just as a confirmation as well, there is one change from the major commitments. Application TWC 2022-0508, which is the fourth from the bottom on the second page. On
508, the Castle Farm Way.
Yes, that's correct. On the major commitments we had on the TW11A, at the bottom of the major commitments, there was an additional application reference TWC 2025-0315, which we have covered in the DM commentary for this application. That was a reserve matters for the same application to amend the housing mix, so there was an element of double counting on that application, so that has been taken out of this major site commitments.
So that will be a reduction on commitments on the overall table.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
The same site as it.
Okay, so just for me to note now, obviously it will come back into that summary table, but how many units is that? How many units would come off that?
162.
162. So is that double counting on 5-year and planned period?
Yeah, it's yeah, yes.
I just wondered whether it was, if it's just a duplicate, then yes, it's double counting of that because it would have been in the 5-year supply. So it's 162 comes off That's right.
Yes, that's correct.
And the 162 was wholly in, as it is now on this, wholly in the 5-year.
Yes.
Just sticking with this question of any difference in the numbers in terms of the 5-year supply between TW11A and then this version. Just notice that on the second page, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th and 6th row down, those two, so that is the site of former Strictly Recreation Centre and then the land adjacent line in, are now recorded as completed. So the figures are now in 25, 26. Were they, presumably they were previously in the 5-year supply, were they not? Because completions were separated out, as they still are, but these are within what was previously listed as under construction. Do you see my point?
Yeah, so the ones, they've been stated as completion, so after the 24-25 period, so they have completed now, but as of the point of the major commitments, they were under construction for 24-25.
Is it because you've assumed, because we're looking at 5 years from the point of adoption, so you're looking at 5 years from the 1st of April 26, and therefore, when you said completed, that goes into the 25-26
No,
category?
because it's the same 5 years that we're talking about, comparing the two sheets.
I'm only looking at the update.
So, hang on. So those two sites were, hang on. I can't immediately locate them, but I'm just curious to know, am I still on? Yeah, just curious to know where those two sites feature on the TW11A. Oh yeah, there they are. So they were under construction. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I see. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't affect the 5-year supply by the looks of it, because they were under construction and assumed to complete, I see, in 25-26, and now you're saying they have definitely completed in 25-26. Is that right?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Have you changed anything then from this updated table to the one that was before us last week, apart from the point you've made about double counting the duplicate?
Other than the duplication, no.
Okay. And just so we understand about how you've arrived at the estimated completion data, you reference Google Maps. So how have you used Google Maps to assess your completions?
In terms of the Google Maps data we provided, so essentially what we used was going through Street View. So those updates are September 2025 to October 2025. So essentially you can see the completions there.
So you use Google Street View to go through to go to the sites to see whether the house has been completed?
Yes, that's correct.
So how do you ensure there's consistency across the borough?
I think the point is it's one of the tools we can use in terms of checking on sites that are under construction. So we obviously get the returns from developers that help us in terms of understanding their build out and where they are with things. But when we also want to do a bit of a double check as to sites and get up-to-date information, we can use Street View, and it's very clear from Street View when they've actually started with foundations of units, or they've started, so we know the site's under construction at that point.
Is using Google Maps something that you do as a matter of course, or is it just to help us with this process quickly?
It's helping with the process, but if we need to use it in terms of our sifting exercise and going through with developers, we would use it then as well. But in this case, it's helped with updating the spreadsheet. Because
you indicated when we asked for updated information,
yeah, we would do it when we're doing our annual monitoring report as well. Yeah.
So when we asked for the updated information, and you gave us information which I think you said was accurate as of December. So using Google Maps would be part of one of the tools that you would use to verify that completion data. You'd also get developer returns. And would you go out on site as well to verify those completions?
Yes, if we needed to go out on site, we'd carry out site visits. Yeah, that's only where necessary in terms of collating the information.
I suppose I'm trying to work out is the ability to rely upon that estimate of completions for the 25-26 year, because you're using estimates from developers, you're using Google Maps to help you, and then you would do some site visits as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And is that so? That process is not just for the local plan. That's what you do as a matter of course anyway on your annual monitoring.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Right, let me just go through. So just taking us through. So we've looked at completion. We've looked at those sites under construction, and then we get to those sites on the third page, which are committed. So these are sites that are got planning permission, but not yet started. That's correct, isn't it? Because they're not under construction.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And most of these then will contribute to the 5-year supply in varying degrees. So just give me an example of when you've categorised them into category A, category B. Just give me an example of the difference between a category A in your definition and a category B. Maybe there's a reference, maybe the penultimate and the third from bottom of table 3 is an example. Just give me an example how you've, using that as an example, just tell me why one's in A, one's in B.
So second from the bottom is a category B, as it's an outline application. That is land. That's land north / east of Greenways Farm Shop off Church Street, St George's, Telford, Shropshire. With a category A, one being below it is a site of Aptley Farm, is reserved matters application.
Potentially just worth flagging as well, inspectors, that in this table there is only one category B side, that the rest are category A.
So just tell me why that category B is category B. It's because it has an outline permission. Reserved matters will not yet determined. Is that right? So therefore, it's category B. It won't start in year 1 of the 5, but you expect reserve matters to be approved and development to happen in 27-28. Is that correct?
So the reserve matters for that application is currently with validation.
Okay. Right, thank you, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, sir, I was just going to add with that site, it's very well located within the urban area, and it's in a very desirable location within Telford. And the size of the site it isn't a huge site in itself. So in terms of delivery, the ability to bring that forward, we expect the developer, once they start delivering units very rapidly within that area.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any more questions on this table. Appreciate the work you've done to update that information for us. Thank you for that. That's helped us. Are there any points from any participants on those commitments?
It's just a small question on the monitoring. So you say you do Google research. So is that for completions as well as under construction? And have you got like a consistent methodology for how different staff members do it?
The use of Google helps us in terms of filling in some of the gaps. Now, in terms of completions, we get council tax returns, or we do site visits for that, so you'd have an accurate measure of what your completions are.
Okay, thank you. Right, so thank you, that's commitments, that's helpful. Now, the session was revisiting the 5-year and the planned period supply. Obviously, we had a session last week and there were a number of actions. This is one of the actions that was going to help us in that. I understand now that all those documents relating to that action are now on the website, so thank you to Kerry and Ian for doing that, so that's all available. The council are updating the delivery information for the allocations that we went through, and that information will be expected to be submitted to us by the end of the hearings. That's an action point. And also we went through the Sustainable Communities sites yesterday again, and we're looking at planned period and 5-year supply sites. So we're not able to form a view yet in terms of 5-year supply, indeed in terms of planned supply. So we're not able to discuss that because we need to get the information and go away and work out what those figures look like once we've received that information. So we can't do that today. We know, however, that we'll wait to get delivery information, but our initial view is that some sites that are in the 5-year supply will need to move either out of the 5-year supply or along from years 2 to 3, 3 to 4, etc. And we don't know the extent of that until we get your delivery information, so we can't determine that now. But a question that we'd just like to float is, if we find that on the basis of the information that we have, that there is always unlikely to be a 5-year supply, what would you expect us to do? What would you think would be a way forward on that?
You said there, sorry, so is or is unlikely. So are you meaning if you find those not likely to be.
If we find that there is not likely to be a 5-year supply on adoption, what would you see as the remedy?
Yes, it's not a point we've discussed internally, to be perfectly frank with you. So we haven't formed a view on what you should do in that situation. So we can go away and discuss that. Obviously, one of the issues you'll need to resolve in deciding this is the treatment of the oversupply point. So you recall when we had this discussion last week, we've given you two figures. One is if you include the oversupply, and one is if you don't. And obviously, with the oversupply, there is quite a significant buffer. It's 6 point something.
Something like
Yeah,
6.2. 6.4, 5.2, something like that.
6.2.
6.2, 5.4, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes, those are the figures. And so, on that basis, we felt the supply what was quite robust. In terms of what you do about it, if you find that there's unlikely to be a 5-year supply at the point of adoption, I think that's probably something for us to discuss and give you an answer rather than sort of giving an off the cuff.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the way that we don't know yet because we're waiting for information, and we've got to form a judgment. So we don't know whether it will be above or below the requirement, or what the extent will be. There is a possibility of a stepped requirement of using a stepped requirement if that was a way of remedying it. That's always an option. Is that something that you'd like to? Well, yes. We could break now, and you could discuss it, or you could just have a think about it and tell us during the course of the hearings what your position is.
I mean, either, to be honest. We can, we've got time now in the day, I guess, in essence, as we finish this session, so we could go away for half an hour and come back with a response if with a view to sort of boxing it off this morning rather than returning to it later. Whatever sort of convenient for the running.
But whatever suits you in your discussions. It's not. We're just asking for some kind of view from the council, so that we can take that into account when we're thinking how we might deal with it.
Yeah.
If indeed that is an issue, but we don't know that yet.
No, quite. I mean, we can. If you gave us some time now, we could give you a preliminary response, but then, if necessary, give you something in writing in due course to sort of give you a more formal position.
Okay, so if we broke and came back at 11,
that would be absolutely fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Do participants have a particular view that you would like to state now?
I think it's just wait for the more detailed figure and see what the council's response is, and then have a more formal response.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions on this matter for now. So if we take a break now and come back at 11, and we'll just deal with that point, then we'll have a break, and then that will be the conclusion of this morning's session. Thank you. We resume in. Mr. Humphreys.
Yes, thank you very much, inspectors. Yes, we've considered the question and series of points in response. So our first suggestion, which we think would be quite a clean and simple way of dealing with the issue, would be this: the PPG is clear that where you deliver more completions than are required, the additional supply can be used to offset any shortfalls against requirements from previous years. So that's paragraph 23 of the housing supply and delivery section. And so if you were to put text in the plan in similar terms to that, which said to the effect of, from the base date of the plan, any oversupply will be used for the calculation of the remaining supply requirements. That would then mean, I appreciate you haven't taken a view on whether or not we've got a 5-year housing land supply, but we've done the sort of the rough maths of the discussion that was had last week. There were various sites where people said, oh, actually, I think we're a bit ahead of what you've got. Somewhere said, well, it might be slightly behind what you've got. We think it sort of roughly balances out, so we are about where we said we are. But what that means is, in the scenario in which you do take oversupply into account, we would definitely have a 5-year housing land supply. And so if you make that clear in the plan, then that point is resolved and we have a 5-year housing land supply, but it would have the additional benefit as well of providing certainty for monitoring going forward. And so I appreciate monitoring is our very last session, but it would have a double benefit there because it would allow, or it would provide that precision as to how remaining housing requirement and supply is calculated. So that would be our preference. If inspectors, you're not comfortable with that approach, we would take on board your suggestion of using a stepped trajectory. I think the difficulty in terms of drafting something or putting some wording forward in relation to that at this stage is what that would look like would probably depend on what your finding is in relation to the level of supply. So it'd be hard to sort of give you a figure now because we're in your hands really in terms of the judgment you make in relation to that. But that is quite a common thing that local plans do. It's achievable via relatively simple drafting, and we can take your lead on that once you've formed a view on the supply. Like I say, our preference would be the oversupply approach, but if needs be, then we'd accept a stepped approach. Then just as a general observation or observations in terms of the context in which this discussion sits, in terms of the test for soundness, policy 36A or paragraph 36A of the framework refers to strategy which as a minimum seeks to meet the area's objectively assessed needs. Obviously what we're seeking to do is meet our objectively assessed needs plus making a contribution towards the Black Country's unmet need. And if you were to consider our 5-year housing land supply against solely Telford's needs, again, there would be no doubt that we've got a 5-year housing land supply, but looking actually at the purposes of the plan as a whole, clearly we're well in excess of that, and we've planned to meet other areas' needs, and we plan, or we've got a buffer that we're beyond all of that as well. So in terms of the soundness of the plan overall, we're very comfortable in that regard. You'll have heard when we had the session last week, there was a number of sites where I think, inspectors, you made the comment about how well-heeled the developers were in Telford, where they've held off making planning applications pending the outcome of the local plan process, even though they're on proposed allocated sites. So inadvertently, that's had a consequence for, or has potential implications for the 5-year housing land supply. But what that means is if there is any issue, it should be able to be remedied very quickly because those people are sat waiting to submit planning applications, which can therefore boost and bring forward sites within the trajectory. So we're comfortable with what the evidence has demonstrated is that even if there is an issue in this regard, it's one that the solution is already there in the real world because those sites will come forward now with applications. And then just finally, obviously all of this sits within the context of, and the point was touched on, I think by parties on all sides of the table last week, council's track record or the track record of housing delivery in Telford is very strong, and we see significant housing delivery records, and so there's nothing to suggest that we aren't able to maintain that going forward. and we'll touch on in this afternoon session, for example, you've got questions about market absorption. We've got large sites that have already delivered, and we can discuss the track record of those in that context. But the overall picture of evidence is we will meet our need over the plan period, and our track record demonstrates that. So those just wanted to make those observations to sit, to contextualise the discussion about the 5-year housing land supply. But thank you for flagging that now and giving us the opportunity to give a response to that.
Thank you. You referred to the point about the 153, effectively the unmet need. That is calculated into the housing requirement and therefore is calculated in the 5-year supply. So you're not suggesting that if there is some doubt about a 5-year supply, we would adjust the 5-year supply to take that out. What you're saying is that could be put into context.
That was simply a contextual point and making a point about the soundness of the plan in terms of what the plan is seeking to do. The plan is seeking to do more than meeting just its objectively assessed need. It's seeking to help those of neighbouring authorities as well. We weren't putting forward at this point in time any particular way of doing a stepped trajectory for the purposes of or a stepped requirement for the purposes of calculating 5-year supply. Something like that could be one way of doing it. But until we've got your findings on the point, we think it's best to wait until that point to suggest how you would then go about looking at what a stepped requirement or stepped trajectory would look like.
And the 5-year supply that we would identify in the plan, 5 years from the date of adoption, that is something that the council would then rely upon in any subsequent appeals.
In the DM context, there would be a question of timing because we have to undergo our annual monitoring exercises anyway, and so the monitoring year normally runs 31st of March to 31st of March, and so summer time this year there'll inevitably be a publication of an updated annual monitoring report, and so what would be the basis of what the council would rely upon in the DM context is subject to timing in a lot of ways. See,
because whilst the calculation is similar, the date is different, isn't it? So we're looking at a date which is 1st of April 25 now, but we're looking at 26, aren't we? 5 years from 26. So we're bringing forward the estimated completions, as we've been discussing, to 1st of April 26, rather than if you were doing a 5-year supply calculation now, we'd be doing it on 1st of April 25, if you were in an appeal situation now. Well, it's the intended date of adoption that moves it forward, effectively, isn't it?
Yes, I think that's right. No, exactly, because you, as we sit now, the most relevant monitoring year base date would be the 2025 one. So that would whilst we're within that 5 years, that would be one of your 5 years for the purposes of calculating 5-year housing land supply. Whereas yes, the exercise you're undertaking is slightly different, and so there is then the point of timing in terms of publication, and when we then get publication of the data relating to the most recent monitoring year when that finishes would become relevant as well.
If I can assist with that obviously the council would hope it doesn't find itself in this position, but the estimation exercise that you need to do for adoption of the plan, looking ahead to the April 26 space date, is obviously significant, but it is a different exercise fundamentally from development management purposes. And as you say, we're looking across to an April 26 space date that you'd expect to be applied to a DM procedure should the council find itself in that position. And I think a lot of the information the council is relaying now would obviously have the benefit of, even looking now from March through to April, the reality is the council would be able to rely on all the judgments that informs its view at the base date. And where that base date is April 26, that will include further engagement with developers. As you've heard, there's likely to be engagement on specific applications, which will very likely yield types of firm progress that are listed in the PPG for the purpose of paragraph 68007. So I think for DM purposes, you would inevitably present a different position. It would be capable of being much more fine-grained, hopefully, because there'd be an adopted plan and there'd be that ability to progress applications. And so this really is an estimate looking at April 2026. And I think the council would have to say all the judgments that it can rely on for deliverability would be different after a future date where it could collect information that it tended to rely on at that base date, if that makes sense. So this is very much plan-making world. It'd be a different application of deliverability for DM purposes, but I think it's one that the council would have more confidence in for the reasons that we've given here about progress of the plan and progress that the plan will enable with applications, many of which is already happening.
Thank you. Mr Gilbert.
Thank you, sir. Just on this point, we agree with Mr Humphreys that there's no. We don't think there is a significant risk that you will find there's not a 5-year supply, sir, and that in undertaking that calculation, you can take into account the oversupply from the start of the plan period. We don't think there is a necessity to change the local plan to state that you will monitor with a taking into account an oversupply. I think in your report, sir, if you agreed, you could set out how you have factored in an oversupply in calculating the council has a 5-year supply now. But I don't think it needs to go into the plan for the purposes of monitoring. The PPG says what it says now, but it might change. We don't know what policy will say in the future about councils maintaining a 5-year position or otherwise. So we don't think there's likely to be a problem, sir. But if you found that there was, we don't think that a step trajectory is appropriate here. We've got a council that's pro-growth, is over-delivering against its requirement already and has been since the start of the plan period, and is considerably reliant on completions and commitments for its early part of its delivery to then step a requirement to the back end of the plan period. We think would not be positively prepared, sir. And in the event that there's sort of two different calculations that you have to do now, sir, if you have to see a 5-year supply without any regard to a previous oversupply for the purposes of adopting the plan, and can't find it, I would say that you could take the position of your colleagues at South Worcestershire and adopt the plan without a 5-year supply or with a marginal supply now, partly for what Mr Humphrey said, that actually the needs of Telford would be met, that there is an oversupply or a provision for the Black Country here. I think you could take that into account in adopting the plan without a 5-year supply. But mostly, sir, we would move immediately into a DM world for calculating the 5-year supply, and we think the PPG is clear that you do take into account a previous oversupply. So I don't think it would be an issue for development management anyway, but if it were the case that you couldn't take into account a previous oversupply and a Section 78 inspector couldn't take into account an oversupply, by having a step requirement here in Telford, you would push a higher requirement into the latter part of the plan period where the council's own work says that the trajectory tails off. So they're relying on having a front-loaded supply in their trajectory. It would be then odd. We think delivery will come forward just fine in the first 5 years of the plan, but if it does, you'd end up with a latter part of the plan period with a higher requirement, but less sites due to come online then. Hopefully those Points all make sense, sir.
Thank you.
Just again, to put this in context, the most recent housing delivery test results for the council was 327%. So our strength and track record and levels of oversupply are particularly high. Probably not many councils who can point to that strength of delivery record. And so really it seems to me that what's triggered this discussion is the slightly unfortunate situation that actually everybody who's got an interest in a lot of people who've got an interest in an allocation have actually been waiting on this process rather than, you know, going ahead anyway. And what we wouldn't want to end up with is a situation where there's a delay to the adoption of the plan, which then continues that uncertainty. The adoption of the plan would help with having clear policies, which any applications can be judged against, and speed up the delivery of housing.
Yes, although that picture is mixed, isn't it? Some applications intend to come in before, but won't be determined. Some applications are waiting.
It's not a universal picture, but there was a noticeable element of some applicants clearly who had been waiting.
Yeah, and we do think some of the time periods from expected submission to determination, some of them we think are optimistic.
Yeah, well, we're obviously got it on. We're going to have to produce the updated document for you, and once we've done that, we'll see how much the dial has moved one way or the other, or whether it's broadly the same. For the purposes of the question you asked us before the break, which we've then taken the time to consider, we're content that we've provided a position on that which is sufficient for now. And if, you know, down the line, once you have the updated work from the council, you have further questions, we can obviously return to it at that point in time. But I think I said earlier, we'd maybe consider whether we needed to put something in writing to you if we hadn't had the full time to consider it. But I'm content with we're content with the position we've set out, and it's a case of doing that extra work and then responding how you require at that stage.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Milton.
Yeah, just on that, obviously, you know, through previous hearings, raised issues around delivery timescales and how they've been judged in it. But, you know, as I said previously, happy to wait for the council to issue that updated document and then make a judgment on the 5-year housing land supply and approach then.
Thank you. We don't have any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Humphries. That's been helpful. Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Mr. Milton, thank you.
Thank you. Just query then in terms of time management. We obviously didn't have our usual admin session at the end of the day yesterday. I mean, from our notes, really, it was there were various points made about the consideration of the policy wording of HO2 that we looked at. So I'm not sure we actually do need a full session on it, unless you wanted to go through that. And if you did, we could do that now if you wanted to do a quick admin session whilst we've got the time.
Yes, and that might be helpful just as a catch-up, which means we don't have to do that later, and then we'll have an admin session at the end of tomorrow just to box off this week and last week before a break. On HO2, obviously we're going to return to sustainable communities in terms of the points that we didn't raise yesterday for housing, market absorption, those kind of things, and we would want to make some points in relation to HO2 in that session, in the public session. But the action point still stands, that you'll revise, you'll have a look at HO2, but we might give you a bit more of a steer in that public session, if that's okay. But happy to just make sure that we have, we're in agreement with the action points that have come from last 2 days. We can do that now.
Yeah, we're happy to do that. Makes sense to use the time now.
Okay. So this is, so we'll end this session now. We're just going to have an admin section with the council here, but it's not an open session, but you're welcome to observe. And we're just going to make sure that we've got the action points sorted out that have arisen over the last couple of days. Is that okay? Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the hearing sessions. So this session that we're going to start off with is the continuation of the session that we dealt with yesterday in relation to the sustainable communities, that we didn't finish off on some of the aspects of the item 3 on my agenda, which were the overarching and linked issues. So this is matter 5. And then we'll move into the scheduled matter 6, issue 1. So some of you are around the table now that will not be speaking in this first part. Is that correct? So there are some people here who will not be speaking in this first part. So just let me, so Mr. Berent, you're here for the second, the scheduled session. Yes, and then Mr. Pearce, are you here for the first session? Representative David Wilson-Holmes. So you, okay. Is there anyone else who, everyone else was here yesterday, weren't they? So, okay, that's fine, okay. Just so I know, thank you. So if we can then go to look at where we would have gone on to last night, if we'd had time, then we were dealing with the item 3, and there are 3 matters that we'd like to look at, and then we've just got some points around some additional aspects on policy HO2 that we'd like the council to consider. Oh, Mr. John.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I thought that before we get on to matter 3 on the agenda, which was we talked yesterday that we deal with viability, the equalisation point, market absorption, those items. Before we get on to those, because we got slightly rushed towards the end of yesterday, there was something specific about policy HO2 as it applies to SC3 that I wanted to draw to your attention. We've kind of made reference to it in our representations, and I didn't want you to lose sight of it. And that's with the schools. So if we look at the policy, you'll recall.
Am I looking at the publication version?
I've got the submission version in front of me with the amendments, but it doesn't really matter which one. It's just above, so where the policy deals with SC3, just above the heading delivery, and not the paragraph immediately above, but the one above that, which starts with provision of 2 primary schools. I don't think that that's very clear, and it should be clear. I mean, base really is for policies to be clear, so everybody knows what they mean. So the way it's written at the moment, because of where the commas are, it seems to suggest that the proviso, unless otherwise agreed, applies to the provision of 2 primary schools. But I don't think that's what's intended. I think what's intended is that the proviso applies to the 2 form entry, which can be unless otherwise agreed. But the way it's written at the moment, it seems to apply to the first bit, and in fact doesn't apply to the second bit. So once you've decided that you've got to provide 2 primary schools, they would have to be 2 form entry because the proviso doesn't apply. So anyway, that's just grammar. And in our submissions, one would be better off dropping the reference to 2 form entry and nursery provision completely, because no doubt the decision will be made at the time in terms of what's required for the primary schools. You know, the council will no doubt, if we put forward a primary school, the council will say, look, the evidence, having regard to the SIL regulations, shows that you actually need 2 form entry and nursery provision, or the evidence may not show that. So we don't need to mention that specifically. And once we drop that, then we avoid altogether the problem of the unless otherwise agreed. So that doesn't need to be there either, because there's always going to be a requirement to provide 2 primary schools. So I think he could really do with some clarity, and that's what we're putting forward. We mentioned that in our written reps, but perhaps not in that kind of detail. So thank you.
Mr. Humphries, Mr. Ashford.
Yeah, we discussed a very similar point in relation to, I think it was actually SC1, and yourself, Madam Inspector, made similar observations in terms of the wording of the policy there, and we clarified that yes, the intention was always that there will be a school, but the viability, sorry, the potential issue is about birth rates as to the size that school needs to be. So we've heard the comments that are made. We're mindful of the discussion we had yesterday. So when we look at this, we'll look at the wording for all 3 sustainable communities rather than simply SC1.
Thank you. Is that all for now, Mr. Chung? Thank you very much. So can we go and look at market absorption? Because there's a point we finished up yesterday by looking at the trajectory for the Wappington SC3, and we'd been through all of the individual sustainable communities trajectories and asked questions about them. But a question from us, which we set out in our matters, issues and questions that we want to explore, is it's clear that the sustainable communities are delivering at a very similar time, delivering houses at a very similar time, in the same-ish location to the north of Telford, and to a very similar market in that there's no specific differentiation between the housing units, the nature of the houses expected on the sites. So there's a significant amount of new housing expected to come forward in the same location at the same time. So the question to you is, how can we be satisfied that in those circumstances the delivery rates that you've all individually set out can be achieved? Convince us.
Would you like us to start?
Yes, please.
Sir. Yes, I'll ask John Goodall from DLP to come in on behalf of the council to start off with.
Afternoon, inspectors. Yeah, I made aware of this question yesterday. Obviously, having been involved in preparation of the housing delivery paper, and obviously that contains the trajectories we're discussing, which obviously had input from the promoters. You've got within that paper a lot of the background to the council's local evidence for lead-in and build-out rates, but I think it is right to sort of take a step back and look at those trajectories individually. But what we haven't done in that paper is, and Mr. Gittins to my left might want to chip in here on some of the sites, but we haven't done a entirely sort of site-by-site comparison, you know, as per the absorption rate question. We know that Telford's got a high record of delivery, and we know that actually that hasn't been delivered from a vast range of sites either. It's delivered very successfully at some specific sites such as Lawley and Priorslee, which which are referenced in the delivery paper and have individually sort of annually seen completion rates that are entirely in keeping with the sustainable communities trajectory, sort of in the order of 250 to 300 units a year, probably a little bit less than that in truth. So I think that's important context for this answer. And again, slightly additional information to what's in the housing delivery topic paper, but we're dealing with the new standard method now. Everyone knows that's a 0.8% stock growth nationally. We know that Telford's planning to meet and exceed that, and obviously the affordability adjustment takes you above a 0.8% stock growth anyway. But we know in Telford we've got a very strong track record of delivery. Now, what that effectively equates to is the council delivering a compound growth rate of approximately 1.4 in the first 10 years of the plan. So that's the 2021 to 2031 period. It actually falls off to some degree after that when the sustainable communities are delivering more of the growth. So yes, you've got a slightly more concentrated location of supply, but actually in a way you've got a lower compound growth rate in an area that's got a strong track record of delivery. Again, on sites with the characteristics, as I said, sort of Lawley, Priorsley, not dissimilar to the sustainable communities. So we're dealing in somewhere that's used to delivering a high compound growth. You know, 1.4 is actually fairly exceptional nationally, which shows you there's a strong market for delivery in Telford and Wrekin. Sort of seeing that reprofiled onto the sustainable communities, again, provides important context for your question. And the final point I'd add, and I think this again goes to the realism of the sustainable communities trajectory. There was work done by the Letwin review, which I suppose is the most comprehensive source on absorption rates. If one was going to go to what would look like a potentially problematic absorption rate for the market, one would probably look at that over and above the actual annual delivery rates that are shown. So as we said, we don't think that annual rates of 250, 300 are exceptional by any means for sites in the Telford and Wrekin market, but one should ask the question of, well, what is that as a percentage of the size of those sites? Because that is sort of the other characterisation of the absorption rate question. And the mean delivery, or the median delivery, sorry, I should say, in Letwin was 6.5% from the sample of sites that it studied. But that's a national picture. So much like Lichfields, we're talking about rules of thumb here. You know, some markets are stronger. Telford's a good indicator of that with its 1.4% growth rate. Some markets are much weaker, and you would find that they're probably towards the other side of that median of 6.5. So top-rated sites in the Letwin review came out at about 11.9% as a proportion of the sites delivered in a year of its build-out. So again, that's not exceptional, but it's probably reasonable to have that as an upper benchmark as an absorption rate. Wouldn't be exceptional in a strong market, but again, if you were coming out above that, you might have questions. So I know when this came up yesterday, there's obviously the question about the deliverability of the sustainable communities, but obviously the absorption rate is also a plan period question. But when you actually look at the build out of those sites, and again, just looking at the trajectory in the delivery paper, for example, SC1 doesn't exceed 10% of its build out in any year. It does hit 10% of its build out in years 4 and 5 of the 5-year period following adoption. But again, that's consistent with the Letwin review benchmarks that we just touched on. Doesn't start at 10% in its first year of delivery, and obviously you've got the views from the statements of common ground about how the promoters see multiple parcels. And that's actually the upper end of the sustainable communities trajectory. So you can see that they've each got their own profile, they've all got their own evidence behind them. SC2 has a maximum absorption rate of 10%, but again, that doesn't fall until 21-32 onwards. That only runs at 5 and then 8% in years 4 and 5. And then SC3 never exceeds 7% in the trajectory in the plan period, and that is until 2039-40 onwards. It has a much more modest start at 1 and 4%. But as I've outlined, each site will be different. That's an important point to take away from evidence like Lichfields or the Letwin review. But certainly, I wouldn't say there's any absorption rate issue here, including the sites in combination. When you look at Telford as a local market, and when you look at the Letwin review as an additional national benchmark. I don't know if Mr. Gittins, you want to say anything about individual sites that have delivered sort of high annual completions that again are consistent with a 10% plus absorption rate as a proportion of their delivery.
Can I, before you do that, can I just ask, just help me out, what is the absorption rate? Is that the percentage of the site
Delivered, yes, in a given year of completions, that's right, yeah. So for a bigger site, obviously, it can deliver more units and not have a higher absorption rate. Obviously, it's 3,000 units. It can deliver 300 before it gets to 10%.
Yeah, just to add very quickly to that. I think Castle Farm Way, which is on the eastern edge of the borough, that's seen quite a lot of development over the current plan period. We've had a sustainable community, which is Priors Lee. That was 1,100 homes. And then we've had a couple of, three more quite large sites of around 500. So it's just to sort of, because one of the questions was, can that many homes be built across the northern arc of Telford at the same time without having a saturation? And that Castle Farm Way is just an example that 2,000 homes have been delivered roughly over the last 5 to 8 years, maybe slightly longer, 5 to 10 years, without that saturation in a concentrated area.
I was just going to add to that, in terms of the larger sites working in kind of combination or within close proximity, when you look at Lawley, you've also got Lightmoor and Doseley. So there's been around 3,500 houses at Lawley that have come forward. There's about 1,500 houses in combination at Lightmoor and Doseley. So as an area, that kind of western edge of Telford has seen that level of growth, and there's been no particular issues in terms of that market absorption there.
Thank you. Mr. Goodall, you've given me the absorption rates for each of the sites based upon, have you looked at, well, what would be the absorption rates total in terms of, what's the highest absorption rate across the three in any particular year?
Yeah, sorry if that was unclear, sir. So across the three, the highest rate is from SC1.
Well, I mean in combination, if you looked at what might be happening in certain years, what would be the total? The cumulative impact of those, yeah.
I can check that. I don't have that in front of me now, but obviously it would involve adding up the 3 sustainable communities and then dividing their. Yeah, I can do that for you now. It would be lower, one would suspect. I'm not sure it's quite such a helpful question because obviously, as I say, each site has got its own profile, and the question really becomes obviously what proportion of the. Rather than a site total, you're almost at that point looking at what proportion of a planned housing requirement is it delivering in any given year. And I think that the point there really comes back to Telford being a strong market, where actually when you look at its overall compound rate. So I would say, sir, for looking at Telford as a market, you wouldn't look at, the delivery of its, as a proportion of its requirement for a given year, which for many years has been over 100%, as we know, due to the oversupply discussion this morning. It would more be a question of, well, what compound rate of growth does Telford support? And as I say, that's where when you look at the benchmark that we've got for the first 5 years of the plan period, well in excess of 1.4% compound growth rate, that isn't about the percentage of any given site delivering in those years or how many outlets you've got. It's what is the total output in this market, and obviously it is a strong market when you look at 1.4% compared to what the government's benchmark is of 0.8% in the revised standard method. But what I can do is add up the sustainable communities, and add up the trajectory total, and it will be a lower figure than 10%. I can say now, but yeah, that would say that, you know, as a proportion, you're not delivering more than 10% of them cumulatively in any given year.
Because you've explained about the individual site and the percentage of the site total that they would deliver in any 1 year, but does that need, in us understanding and understanding the impact, do we need to have regard to the presence of, there's 2 sites next to Bratton, for example, there's 2 sites next to the other one that will also be working? Is there sufficient market demand for those to buy those houses in those locations of similar product at the same time?
So I think there is, and I think again it comes back to that point that the relevant benchmark there should be Telford and Wrekin as a whole, as a strong market. That's the sort of top-down way of looking at this. But then the bottom-up way of looking at it is each of the sites does have their own profile. They've got their own developers who they anticipate being involved. We've got name house builders across the piece. And again, that's within the context that across the board in Telford and Wrekin, yes, there is more of a concentration of supply in the sustainable communities, but there are opportunities within those sustainable communities for multiple outlets and multiple house builders to be involved. Again, taking this from the top down and the bottom up position, when you ask the question, well, is there a market for all of them to deliver in combination? Well, it does depend on their individual characteristics and what diversity of opportunities they can provide. So if you look at the Letwin review, it doesn't just say, well, it's a question of sites delivering in combination or not, or delivering an unrealistic proportion of their total in 1 year. It's about how you diversify that supply. So again, it's about how many outlets, how many developers, and again, the council can assist, but it also has a track record on some of its bigger sites of use of modern methods of construction, use or disposal of units by private house builders to alternative tenures, for example, private rent. So there is, because there's a buoyant market in Telford, without looking at this as simply adding the 3 sites together, it's more about Telford being a successful market for engineering opportunities to diversify supply. And again, there's no reason why having 3 sustainable communities prevents those opportunities when they're already happening on the ground, when they become the focus for supply from sort of year 5 of the plan period from adoption and beyond.
Thank you. Mr. Chung.
Thank you, sir. So we'd endorse all of that, and Mr. Goodall's given a very technical answer. To say that I don't have his ability in mathematics and compound percentages would be an understatement. We've taken a rather more straightforward approach in our representations, and what we've said is that if you look at the maximum that these 3 SCs will be putting out per annum, it gets to about 500 to 600 per annum. And if you compare that with the average during the current plan period, the current plan has delivered on average 916 dwellings per annum. Now, we accept that that's across the whole of Telford, but then there's plenty of headroom there. So if across the whole of Telford, Telford was absorbing 916 dwellings per annum, there's no reason why it can't absorb 500 to 600 in the north of Telford. And we've also made the point that since 2021, 2022, which I think would cover the period of the pandemic, the absorption rate in Telford has been 1,000 dwellings per annum. So it's perfectly realistic and reasonable to suppose that even one location, even though we are looking at one location, the north of Telford, and of course subject to all the points that Mr. Goodall's made about, you know, variety of product, etc., etc. We factor that in as well. But 500 to 600, when overall Telford's demonstrated it can absorb 1,000 across Telford, is reasonable. And also, Mr. Stevens pointed out that if you look at where Telford historically has delivered its sites, I mean, in the past, there has been, I think Mr. Goodall's alluded to this as well, that there have been times when most of the housing's been either to the west or the south. And those locations have managed to absorb housing numbers of this level. So I think all of those things taken together should give you comfort that 500 to 600 as a maximum per annum absorption in the north of Telford is very doable.
Okay, thank you. We don't have any more questions on... Oh, Mr. Moulton. Sorry, I always miss you, don't I? Nothing personal. It's just... thank you.
Yeah, obviously appreciate what people are saying, but I mean, the delivery trajectory is showing, you know, I mean, it might have updated after yesterday, but we're getting up to 700 units in 31, 32 across the 3 sites. And it's this cumulative impact, particularly when you think that the housing delivery from the proposed 3 SCs is so fundamental to the delivery of the plan. So I think I mean, there's lots of talk about product, but we don't know what product's coming forward when. So we've got no idea about what that mix will be to underpin some of these issues around absorption rates. And then obviously, you know, depending on infrastructure, it's going to be large building sites. I suppose it's what is the evidence to actually confirm that in combination in one area to the north of Telford, that amount of dwellings can be constructed and sold.
Is there anything anybody wishes to add to what's already been said? To pick up Mr. Moulton's point.
I think the direct response to that point, sir, would be the points that we've already made about the track record of delivery, including from agglomerations of sites which have had very high delivery rates in individual annual years.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't have any more questions on market absorption on these sites. Can we look at affordable housing? And I realise that there's it's a matter in statements of common ground, it's a matter of disagreement and clearly set out in hearing statements. Can I start with the council and just outline what the council's position is in respect of affordable housing requirements on sustainable communities? And then we'll open up for discussion. Thank you.
Yes, sir, I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Dunn to come in. So, I mean, what the argument boils down to is document VS02 is the most up-to-date plan-wide viability assessment. And what this says, page 22, paragraph 6.9, the results confirm that the 35% affordable housing policy is appropriate in Newport and the rural areas. Based on the viability evidence, it is recommended that the council adopts the 20% affordable housing requirement in and adjacent to Telford as recommended in the 2023 WPVA. And so what the sustainable communities say is, well, your own evidence says 25% is too high, 20% is the appropriate level. What you'll have seen, inspectors, in that document, for example, at paragraph 6.13 and elsewhere, including in the plan itself, in the supporting text, for example, at 9.33 to policy HO4, is reference to the fact that within Telford, the council's area, not just Telford, but the council's area, but with particular reference to Telford as Telford, the town, Homes England funding and Homes England themselves account for in excess of 50% of affordable housing delivery. And the evidence is that we predict is set to continue. And so there are other funders or other sources of funding available beyond simply the profits generated from an individual scheme to contribute towards the borough's housing needs. And so we have set out 25% in the policy to provide a policy basis for securing 25% affordable housing, which will therefore allow for those other sources of funding to contribute towards that. Whereas if we don't have the higher figure in the policy, we we don't have a policy basis for securing a higher level of affordable housing, which we're concerned would therefore see a drop in the levels of affordable housing delivery. And so that's why we say the 25% figure is appropriate. If I just, I lost track of who sat at the table, but if I ask Mr. Dunn just to jump in and give us some further detail on how this funding has worked in Telford to date, how it's set to continue, and just the mechanics of how it works as well, I think is quite important.
Yeah, afternoon. So I think firstly just to draw attention to the topic paper TP07, where we've set out in terms of Table 1 the affordable housing completions for 5 years and 10 years. You'll see within that table the overall affordable housing completions that we have delivered over that period. So over 5 years, the average affordable housing as a whole completions is 25% for the 5-year average and 28% for the 10-year average. Against that, if you then look at Table 3 in the same document, you can then see the split between the levels of Section 106 affordable that is delivered and the Homes England grant units. So you can see there for the period over the last 9 years from 2015-16 through to 23-24, as an average, you can see obviously it varies year to year, but as an average, the Section 106 element has delivered 39% of those affordable homes, and the grant side has delivered 61%. Also, just to bring that to life, we've submitted today just a letter of support from the largest RP in the borough in terms of both housing stock and development, which is Housing Plus Group. They've recently merged. They were Wrekin Housing Trust formerly. You'll see in that letter that's been submitted just the confirmation in terms of their plans over the next 5 years, where they aim through the use of the grant programme to deliver a pipeline of 1,000 homes over the next 5-year period, and that is in addition to utilising their own capital programme to acquire units through the Section 106 process. In practical terms, Councillor Healy at the very outset of this hearing gave an introductory speech which included the Donington Wood scheme as an example. That scheme has delivered well over 50% affordable homes, but in reality, that is a 0% affordable, Section 106 affordable housing scheme. But ultimately, it has delivered a scheme that is viable, deliverable, and a significant amount of affordable housing in practice. So therefore, we are looking at a policy that effectively we want to just reflect the reality of what is delivered in our borough. The housing that is affordable, if it's 106 or non-106, it's still the same house, it's the same bricks and mortar, it's the same opportunity for someone to live in it.
And what evidence is there that that level of, or that track record of funding, non-Section 106 funding to support affordable housing, what evidence is there that that would continue during the planned period?
So so government announced the next round of the funding in November for the delivery of a further 300,000 new homes.
So what does that mean for Telford?
Well, it gives the certainty to the RPs that that funding is available, and therefore they can plan their delivery programme accordingly.
So just sorry, I didn't probably catch that. So there's a reference to what is the reference that I need to note down that you just gave to me about future funding?
Yeah, so the Homes England Affordable Homes Programme.
Sorry, just to clarify, is that the letter that's been referred to? Is that there's a reference to that in that letter? Is that right?
Yes, the programme is referenced in the letter, yes.
And that is funding that the Housing Plus can bid for?
Yes, correct, yeah.
But it's not. It's a bid that may or may not be successful.
Yeah, I mean, they've obviously bid over a considerable number of years through their continuous market engagement process with Homes England. And it's not just a, it's obviously not just a, it's a England policy programme. It's not a Telford programme.
So what confidence is there for us that would continue, that level of support in Telford would continue?
I would just point back to the track record in terms of the level of affordable housing that's been delivered in which incorporates funding from those previous programmes.
Sorry, just to add to that, in terms of the Affordable Homes Programme, it runs from 26 to 2036. So there's 10 years worth of funding that Housing Plus Group and other RPs that operate in the borough can bid into and help to secure more affordable housing. So it's that track record and that certainty moving forward. There's a pretty long kind of period in terms of where that funding's going to be available.
Mr. Spilsbury.
Thank you, sir. Matthew Spilsbury, Senior Director, CBRE, on behalf of Wappenshaw Consortium. I think it's important to say, first of all, that we support the Council's laudable objectives in delivering and maximising the amount of affordable housing through the plan and on sites within the plan. However, I think from what's just been said by Mr. Humphreys and Mr. Dunn, there's a misunderstanding here about the role of Section 106 affordable housing and grant-funded affordable housing, which are two very distinct things. They are two fundamentally separate components of affordable housing delivery. So Section 106 affordable housing is affordable housing which can be secured through a Section 106 agreement without grant. That's the important point. And that which the affordable housing policies in the plan is related to. Strategic Affordable Homes Programme grant-funded affordable homes through grant provided by Homes England to their strategic partners sits outside of Section 106. It has to. So you can't fund either under the current programme or the future programme, which has just been referenced, Section 106 affordable houses with grant funding. So the point that was made before by Mr. Humphreys about the 25% affordable housing target in the plan, providing headroom to allow some of that to be provided via grant funding, is fundamentally flawed because you cannot do that. That 25%, to be a material consideration in planning, has to be secured via Section 106 agreement, and it cannot benefit from the grant funding. So that's something which is administered through Homes England. It's something which Homes England will be able to confirm if necessary, but that's a fundamental issue. Mr. Dunn himself then went on to refer to TP07. I haven't got it up in front of me, exactly what the reference within that document was, but just running that back, there was reference to 9 years of previous delivery of which that equated to 25% affordable housing over that period. But Mr. Dunn clarified that only 39% of that was secured via Section 106 obligation. So it was only 39% that was no grant affordable housing. 39% of 25%, or just 39% of 25 to make it easier, is 9.75. That's only 10%. So essentially, only 10% of the affordable housing delivered over that 9-year period was Section 106 affordable housing without grant, based on Mr. Dunn's own analysis. I've not reviewed that. That's only just been pointed out now, but I've just run those calculations quickly myself. So the principle is the first thing that I wanted to address there. The second issue then is the evidence base itself to support the 25% affordable housing in relation to the strategic communities. And Mr. Humphreys pointed to paragraph 6.9 within VS02, which is the council's latest viability evidence. The more relevant paragraph is actually the subsequent paragraph, which is paragraph 6.10, and that deals specifically with the council's advisors' recommendations related to the sustainable communities. And I'll just read that out in brief, if that's okay. It says, the results in relation to the sustainable communities are similar to those reported in the 2023 whole plan viability assessment. Of these, the residual value exceeds the EUV, but on most it is a little less than the BLV, suggesting that these are likely to be challenged to deliver with 20% affordable housing. So it goes on, but the principle is there that the council's own advice or advisor and their own evidence base recommends that delivery of the sustainable communities will be challenging to deliver 20% affordable housing. Importantly, that's 20% affordable housing under Section 106 without grant. So when you actually look at what the policy requires, which is the 25%, and then you look at what the council's own evidence recommends, which is that even delivery at 20% is going to be challenging, there's a disconnect there between the policy and the evidence base, which goes to a matter of soundness. So when you look at what the council's evidence base actually shows, and you can do that if we choose to, we can turn to the relevant pages, but it's just for reference, and I'm not suggesting we go into the detail unless you want to now. It's in Appendix 2 of VS02 on page 29. And that's a table which shows whether or not the strategic communities can meet the requirements of the council's policy, and if not, what level of affordable housing can they meet. And what it shows in relation to the sustainable communities is that generally there's only a green colour, i.e. a viable level of delivery, when they get to 15% affordable housing. It's a bit of a difficult table to read. You have to flip the page to landscape. I'm happy to take you through it if that's helpful, but I'm conscious you'll be familiar with this type of evidence anyway, so do let me know if that would be helpful. But what we've got then is a situation where we've got the requirements of the policy at 25% in summary, the council's own evidence base for the sustainable communities showing 15%, and in the context of the NPPF and PPG, the requirement that policy settings should be realistic, justified by the evidence, and the cumulative cost should not undermine the deliverability of the plan. Obviously, that is particularly important as PPG sets out in relation to strategic site allocations. The answer that we might hear is, well, there's the ability to look at this again at determination stage. But that's not the basis upon which the NPPF and PPG requires policy to be set. And also what that then does is set a set of precedents in plan policy, which then can lead to delay through site-specific viability assessment at determination stage, dispute, those delays and disputes can have an impact on 5-year land supply, and there's reputational risk as well, because stakeholders, community may consider that the developers are seeking to reduce their obligations that they're offering, when in fact the policy itself never actually demonstrated that those obligations were deliverable in the first place. Despite that, there would be a risk of reputational damage. So there's multiple reasons why it's appropriate for the policy to be consistent with the evidence base. And we would ask that as a modification to the policy to make it consistent with the evidence base for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just ask how the policy, so if we apply policy HO4 to the sustainable communities and we apply the policy of 25% requirement as set out in the plan now, is that 25% requirement a mix of Section 106 and grant-funded schemes? Why could that not be that there could be a grant-funded scheme and a Section 106 funded scheme on the same site? Why could that not happen?
So just to answer those two questions, the evidence base that's been produced assumes that there's no grant funding provided at the moment. So that 25% test or 15% test is based on there being no grant funding allowed within the scheme, which is the basis upon which the Section 106 process has to run. There isn't a reason why there couldn't be grant funding secured on parts of the site in addition, but that has to be considered outside of the Section 106 process. So it's not part of the council's determination, for example, because it's not a planning matter that they can control through Section 106. It can't be controlled through the planning process legally in that respect. But there's nothing to stop, and this is where we do get the additionality, as we refer to it, of grant-funded affordable housing on top of Section 106, but it replaces market housing that would otherwise be delivered. It doesn't replace Section 106 affordable housing. So you could get, as was said by Mr Dunn, 10% Section 106 affordable and another 15% grant funding, but the council would only be able to determine a planning application based on the 10% Section 106 affordable housing that they control. So you would still need to run a viability assessment, and you would still have to go through that process to demonstrate that only 10% was viable against a 25% policy.
But wouldn't the development overall have met the 25% requirement? Or is it conceivable that it could meet the 25% requirement by structuring it in those particular ways between public and Section 106 funding?
It might be perceived that way, but members would not be able to reach a planning judgment on the basis of it being 25%, so it wouldn't be able to be considered as part of the planning application because it's not something that could be controlled through the planning permission in that sense.
Before I come back to Mr Stevens, can I?
Yeah, so, well, your question has in essence alluded to what our response would be. The policy doesn't draw the distinction that is being drawn on behalf of the Wappenshaw Consortium here. The policy doesn't distinguish between sources of funding. It just says 25% affordable housing. And Section 106 is not the only way you can control on a planning permission what the level of affordable housing is. You can have a condition that says, you know, whatever percentage needs to be by way of affordable housing. Commonly, you control the split and the payment of monies if that's required. Payment of monies obviously has to be done by 106, but what the actual proportion of affordable housing needs to be, you can control by condition. So I don't really understand the complaint being made that says you just can't do this. You can do this. You can secure a particular split on a planning permission, and the policy doesn't seek to distinguish what the source of funding, who's paying for what is. What it seeks is that 25% is affordable housing.
Ms Carpenter has got a question, and I'll bring Mr Chung and Mr Rose in, and Mr Dunn. Thank you.
So just reflecting on what we've heard there, I suppose my follow-up question to the council is the policy as currently drafted clear enough about the expectations on applicants in terms of delivery of affordable housing through Section 106 alone? And linked to that, is it clear enough in that regard in order to be consistent with national policy and guidance around the level of affordable housing through Section 106 that is deemed to be viable at plan making stage? Now, I don't know if that question was clear. Did that make any sense? It did in my head. I can try and rephrase it if that would help. But I suppose my question is, listening, sort of taking account of the point about grant-funded affordable housing, you know, being additional to Section 106 affordable housing, it's whether the policy as drafted is clear enough to plan users, decision makers included, of course, about what applicants are expected to deliver through Section 106 alone, and then is that bit consistent with the evidence?
I'll ask I've noticed Mr Dunn sat there patiently with his toe blown up, and as has Mr Rose been for a while, but in response to your question, we would say yes, precisely for the reason because it doesn't specify that. It just sets you what the target is for affordable housing, and it's not then prescriptive as to the funding mechanisms by which that is achieved.
Right, but so in a scenario which I think was sort of alluded to there, where an application comes in that is proposing a level of Section 106 funded affordable housing below the level sought by the plan, does that then immediately take that application into site-specific viability assessment because the plan isn't clear about the level that it's expected to be delivered through Section 106? It's just leaving it open and flexible in terms of how much is Section 106, how much is grant funded. But will it be clear to plan users whether a site-specific viability assessment has been triggered? Does that make sense?
Well, it depends whether that application is proposing to deliver on top of the 15% by Section 106, to just use your example, whether it's proposing to deliver any additional affordable housing on top of that via a differently funded mechanism, so that the total amount is, you know, something different to the 15%. If the application comes forward and the totality of what is proposed, so say you have one of the sustainable communities is allocated for 2,100 and you get an outline application which just says 15% across the whole of the site, then yes, you would be into the realms of conflict with that policy and needing to make a viability argument.
But, I mean, correct me if I've misunderstood here, but Mr Spilsbury's point is that the viability evidence underpinning the policy does not factor in the grant element. It just tests can be supported through the Section 106, viably through Section 106. So is there enough clarity, bearing that in mind, is there enough clarity in the policy about that for decision makers to know whether or not they should be assessing site-specific viability?
But I think the answer would again be yes, for the sake. What the policy is looking at is just what is the level of affordable housing, not how is it being provided. And so it would be left to the applicant to come forward and say, right, we're doing 15% via 106 and 10% via something different to get to our 25% level. And if that's not done, then the consequence would be an argument about the need for viability work, because you're proposing that's where that would get to. I'm just conscious, sorry, can I just ask Mr. Dunn to jump in, who's been sat there? I'm conscious I've been sort of answering all the questions.
Just on the policy point, on the submission version of the plan under policy HO4, there's some additional wording been proposed at point 2, which reads affordable housing secured through Section 106 obligations is a priority. However, where it can be demonstrated that this cannot be achieved, other sources of supply will be considered appropriate in order to meet the threshold set out in policy. And then if I just go on in respect to Inspector Warden's query about 106 affordable could sit alongside grant on a wider site, yes, that's correct. And I think from a local authority point of view, when we've dealt with applications that have come in across a range of sites in the borough over a number of years, ultimately, where they have been non-Section 106 affordable, we've had sight of, we've been made aware of who the RP partner is on the development. We've had sight of the legal contract between the developer and the RP, and we've had the comfort that we know that in the grant agreement with the RP for the funding, ultimately the obligations are to deliver affordable housing. So from that point of view, we've had the comfort to support those schemes, and those schemes have then come forward and obviously then delivered on the numbers that I went through earlier.
Mr. Rose.
Thank you. Yeah, I think your questions there around the clarity hit the nail absolutely on the head. It is not clear at all. We understand the wider objective to maximise the amount of affordable housing provision to meet the identified needs. That's absolutely understood, and we want to help with that. But these sites are challenging, and it's not just only the decision maker that requires clarity and certainty, it's the developers that require certainty to make the investments required to bring these sites forward. And it's not clear, because HO4, read plainly, says that applications should deliver, for the sustainable communities, should deliver 25% affordable housing. Yet, as Mr. Spilsbury has very eloquently pointed out, the own evidence says that that isn't deliverable, and indeed is challenging. And on top of that, we have, as we pointed out in our hearing statements, escalating estimates of the community infrastructure costs to factor into that as well. So what we have is a policy that's setting an expectation that can't be met on the basis of the evidence that's before us. We know that's going to be problematic, at least in delaying the delivery coming forward. And certainly at the DM stage, and that flies wholly in the face of what the NPPF says, which is very clearly at paragraph 35, that policies shouldn't undermine the deliverability of the plan and schemes within it, and that the NPPG specifically says that this cannot be deferred to the development management stage. It needs to be dealt with now. So the answer, if I might suggest, is relatively straightforward, in that recognising the aspirations that the council has to achieve a higher level, is that there's a differentiated rate of affordable housing provision requirement set for the sustainable communities specifically at a lower level, that the evidence base, updated as necessary, suggests is actually deliverable. And I'd put that to you as a suggestion, as a way forward. And that's quite common. That happens in, and just to complete that point, and that reflects, not that there should be a different treatment of the sustainable communities, but it just reflects that they are carrying a higher burden by way of infrastructure delivery required to support their delivery. So it's just a reflection of that, really, and support their viability going forward.
Can I just go back to you, Mr. Rose? So you said applications should provide. The word is development. So if we're looking at, can 25% affordable housing be provided on the sustainable communities through a combination of Section 106 and grant funding? Can that happen?
Well, ultimately it can, but but that can't be determined at the point the applications are being progressed and determined, and that's what the developer needs. The developer needs certainty about what is being expected of it and reflected in the planning applications, and it's the same for those determining the applications. And I think Mr. Spilsbury had already sort of covered that point in terms of how that can be taken into account. So I'll perhaps defer to him on that.
So it might be some clarity around that, rather than dropping it to 20%. There might be some clarity about how an objective of 25% could be achieved and what the expectations might be.
That wouldn't be our recommended approach, because that isn't what the NPPF and the NPPG says the policy approach should be, which I think it's very clear, the policy approach that the NPPF requires of the local plan, and that's to set the affordable housing level that can be secured through the Section 106 at a level that is demonstrably deliverable on the basis of the viability evidence.
Mr. Spilsbury. Sorry, Mr. Chung, then Mr. Spilsbury. I don't know if from the same organisation.
We are. I'll make some sort of quasi-legal points, and then Mr. Spilsbury will pick up another matter. So I'm sorry to say this, but I fundamentally disagree with my learned friend, Mr. Humphreys. This doesn't simply hold out the potential for a great big legal mess. It holds out the certainty of a great big legal mess. The policy is clear. I mean, let's just think about this in practical terms. What the policy requires is 25% affordable housing. Now, the way that affordable housing is normally delivered, as far as the applicant is concerned, the authority will expect us to enter into a Section 106 agreement to say we must deliver 25% affordable housing. Now, if we can't do that, and we say we can't do that because the evidence base doesn't demonstrate that, if the Section 106 says we are only going to deliver 15%, they will ask us to go through the review mechanism. So immediately into the review mechanism. So the review mechanism becomes a certainty, contrary to the PPG, which is supposed to be a break this capsule in case of emergency, not have a plan where the evidence base shows you're always going to have to go into a review mechanism. So we come along, we have a Section 106 agreement, and we're offering 15%, and the council says, well, you can't offer 15%, you've got to offer 25%, otherwise into a review mechanism. To which my learned friend says, well, no, not at all. You could have delivery of affordable housing through a combination of two routes, through the 106 and through grant funding. Well, how is that going to work? Because the only legal mechanism that's available is the 106. We can't sign up to a 106 saying that we're going to deliver 25% affordable housing when we know that we viably can't do that, and we have no idea at that point whether we're going to get any funding or when we're going to get that funding. And if my learned friend says, well, if we look at the scheme as a whole, we could have a 106 which says we're going to deliver 15%, but there'll be a condition saying that you're going to make up the remaining 10% in some other way. Well, a condition can't do that. That's why we have Section 106 agreements. A condition can't ask for money or money's kind. It's simply not possible. And why would we sign up to a condition which says they must find 10% affordable housing somewhere else when we have no idea whether we can or can't find affordable housing 10% elsewhere? And also, it has an implications for the rest of the viability assessment, because that housing is going to come from somewhere. So we're then losing 10% housing, open market housing on the side, which has an impact on the rest of the viability, which gets a bit too complicated for me, but Mr. Spilsbury is going to explain that, I hope, in a bit more detail.
If I can pick up then on that, I think what was said before is valid and also reflects back to policy as well, because, and the council have acknowledged this issue, that even, let's just follow through the principle that you could use a condition as suggested by Mr. Humphreys. If you look to the policy strategic 7, and I'm looking at the submission version here, the new text that was added in paragraph 4.62 says, it's the final paragraph, sentence on page 37. It says affordable homes delivered on site.
Just wait till the end.
Have you got it in front of you?
No. Sorry. So it's the final sentence, highlighted yellow, page 37, and this relates to the council's approach to review mechanisms, which I know we discussed last week. But there's a final sentence in there which clarifies the council's intention in how they would review viability where affordable housing or other planning obligations haven't been delivered in full at the termination stage. And so it says the review mechanism process will be assessed on the basis that affordable homes delivered on site without a Section 106 obligation will not offset normal policy requirements. Therefore, if you delivered on affordable homes on site by any other means, that is not counted towards the policy. I mean, it says it there as plain as day. So there's a conflict with what's being suggested by the council, Mr. Humphreys in particular. That's the first point I just wanted to flag.
That doesn't have any status though. I understand that's come from them, but that's not, as far as we before us, that's just a suggestion.
Yes, I understand that, sir. So it's something that needs to be reconsidered as to whether that's going to be the text the council wants to see, or whether you consider that sound text to support the policy, given what's just been said. Because as it stands, that would not be, based on what Mr. Humphreys has said, the thrust of that, of the 25% allocation would be, i.e. you could deliver that 25% via the means. And it also conflicts with that additional text that we looked at before. Was it in HO2? Which I think Mr. Dunn took us to, which said you could deliver 25% via other means. The other point that I just want to pick up is in relation to what Mr. Chung said about the replacement of market housing with grant-funded affordable housing. So could you do, let's just say 15% Section 106 affordable housing and top that up with 10% grant-funded affordable housing to get to 25%? The issue we've got is that by doing so, you're replacing market housing with grant-funded affordable housing. Grant-funded housing is generally less valuable than market housing. So the amount of grant that you get from Homes England is generally less than you would get once you add it all together with the amount that you would sell a house for on the open market. So you might sell a house on the open market for £100,000, I'm just picking a number, and the grant funding might only make it up to £80,000, £90,000. So what that means is that by following that process, it doesn't make a site more viable. You don't get more value overall from a site. You generally get the same or less. So when you look to the council's evidence base, it's still showing the same thing, that the sustainable communities could only afford to do 15%. Because if you start to bring another 10% in, based on grant, that's worth less than the market housing, then you're not going to find any more money to deliver any more affordable housing. It's going to be as viable or less viable. So you don't get a boost in viability from providing grant-funded affordable housing. So the council's evidence base still remains valid, that 15% is what you're going to get. Apologies, appreciate we're getting into lots of percentages getting thrown around and lots of technicalities.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Humphries?
Yes, a few points, sir, and just I think probably important to clarify in terms of what the evidence base says. If it's sticking with the topic of the sustainable communities, which is obviously what we're talking about here, there is no issue in relation to Bratton. That shows 25% is fine, and that's the table Mr. Spilsbury took us to, site 28, and what it says in relation to the other sites is it remains as per the text of the document. It's not recommending 15%, it's recommending 20%. Would be an appropriate figure to go with. In terms of the mechanics of the policy, with affordable housing in the real world, you can always go down, but you can't go up. If we drop the requirement, there is no scope from a policy perspective for us. If things change, viability position shifts, funding becomes available, there is no mechanism for us to require a higher figure if we don't have something in policy which gives us a policy basis for doing so. That's the problem with immediately at this stage dropping the figure. It would rule out the scope for having applications coming forward which are in part 106, which are in part grant funding ones, which get you to the target 25%. And in terms of the language of the policy, it's plain. It says 20. It just says 25%. It says minimum of 25%. So there's no ambiguity. There's no nuance about how do you get there. It just sets a target of 25%. And so in the actual language of the policy, how you get there doesn't really matter on a given application. It's what you get that matters.
Is it a target or requirement?
Minimum.
It's a requirement.
Yeah, it's expressed, required to deliver a minimum of.
So it's not a target?
No, it's a requirement.
Putting the question another way, phrased in that way, is that a strong enough lever for the council to maximise the amount of affordable housing delivered from the sustainable communities through section 106? So how, using that policy wording, can the council make sure that the quantum or the proportion of affordable housing delivered through section 106 is the maximum that can viably be delivered? Does it question, could it, in a sense, perversely incentivise keeping it as low as possible because there'll always be some grant to back it up?
So in terms of, if we come at it from a soundness perspective, you know, the points made on behalf of, I think, by Mr. Spilsbury in terms of what needs to be established at this point in time in the planning process, you need to have sufficient evidence to justify that what you're seeking to do is deliverable, would apply to the question you've asked there, madam. The policy needs to be based on evidence, and what we're saying is the evidence is, it is the viability work, so for example VSO2, but it's also the evidence we provided in relation to the track record within Telford of how affordable housing has been delivered. And if you were to go down the realms of a policy that seeks to maximise on every single given application the total amount of affordable housing, I think that would generate its own problems in terms of that is completely shifting the stage at which it's considered. It's not setting an in principle evidence-informed target. It would be solely leaving it to an application by application basis, because what I think you would have is a policy that says provide as much affordable housing as your viability allows, which I think would be vague in other ways. Apologies if I misunderstood.
No, I wasn't, I suppose I wasn't suggesting anything, I was asking a question, but it wasn't necessarily coming from that position. Yeah, I've asked the questions I want to ask.
Okay, I mean, we've got a lot of information here, and we're going to have to go away and make sense of it as far as we're concerned. But I'll hear from Mr. Rose and then from Mr. Chung, and then if there's nobody else on that side of the table, then I go to the council. Let's start with Mr. Rose.
Thank you. Yeah, just Mr. Humphreys sort of drew your attention to the differentiation with Bratton, and I think all I would do is point you towards our hearing statements, which highlight that the viability appraisals are based on an assumption that there's a £15,000 per dwelling Section 106 contribution to community costs, and we know already from the latest information in the IDP that that's not a realistic figure. So I think that's why we endorsed a brief review of the viability work in light of that, and to set an appropriate affordable housing requirement figure.
So the £15,000
per dwelling.
Per dwelling. What was that?
That's the Section 106. This is an assumption. One of the assumptions in the viability work that the council have done is that each dwelling would contribute,
make a contribution 50
on the basis of the other Section 106 requirements it needs to make. And as we know, you know, the discussions in relation to the highways and active travel infrastructure and into the community infrastructure that each of the sustainable communities need to deliver, that's at the very low end of what would actually be required per dwelling, and we know that from the information in the IDP already.
I hope I'm not repeating myself, but what's been suggested is both unlawful and unworkable. It's a recipe for disaster and delay. If you look at HO4, it tells us at point 2, affordable housing secured through Section 106 obligations a priority. However, where it can be demonstrated this cannot be achieved, other sources of supply will be considered appropriate in order to meet the threshold set out in policy. Now, let's just think about that in practical terms, what that means. I come forward with a scheme, and I submit a Section 106 which shows 15%, and I advise my clients, well, that's fine because that's all we can afford. Mr. Humphreys says, no, you've got to have 25%. Or demonstrate this can't be achieved. So immediately, on every site, we're into a viability review. Yeah, immediately we're into a viability review because the evidence shows that we can't provide this through 106. Then, as part of that viability review, we would have to demonstrate, presumably, that we've applied for some grant funding and haven't got it. I mean, I just don't understand how that is going to bring about housing on these sites. So we're into a viability review every time. We have to go and apply for funding, and even that doesn't help us with HO42 because it doesn't say, well, if you can't do it, that's fine. It says other sources will be considered appropriate. Whereas what we'd be saying to the council is, I'm sure you'd consider it appropriate, but we've got no funding for it. And he still doesn't answer the point that Mr. Spilsbury made, is that he then undermines the viability of the site as a whole because we've lost some open market housing which hasn't been factored in to any of the calculations. At any level, this is unworkable and has not been thought through. And I've never come across it before in any plan.
Mr. Humphreys, this will be the final. So if there's any other points to be made, thank you. Mr. Humphreys.
Yes, sir. Just bringing us back to what does the policy actually say? All major residential developments will look to maximise affordable housing delivery and be required to deliver a minimum of 25% affordable homes in the Telford built-up area. That is an entirely normal policy wording, entirely standard policy wording setting an affordable housing requirement in a policy. Don't accept any suggestion that that in some way can be considered to be unlawful. You have a target in a policy, that's how it works. In terms of where any of this gets us, in terms of what are in essence the various things you're being asked to consider now, none of this goes to a fundamental soundness issue that's not being capable of being overcome. It would be a question of, does it require a policy change, be it for the sustainable communities, you then set a site-by-site policy requirement, for example, in HO2, or do you add some text to policy HO4 that gives, again, a specific level of affordable housing requirement there? Because the evidence, you know, what is really being held against us is our own evidence, demonstrates that a level of affordable housing is deliverable, along with everything else. The question is just, what should that level be set at in the policy? And so that's the question ultimately, is does a change need to be made in that regard? And ultimately, obviously, we'll be led on that by yourselves, but I'm content that we've set out our position on the matter and provided you with appropriate evidence in regards to it.
So the council's position hasn't changed in terms of suggested modifications. You're not suggesting anything to us, or not suggesting that you want to go away and consider a suggested modification, having heard what you've heard in the last hour?
Not at this point in time, but if it's something that you would like us to do, obviously, as we have done with various other topics, we can go away and consider whether or not any alternative wording is required.
Okay, we've noted that point. Obviously, we've heard lots of information, and you've drawn our attention to lots of documents, which has been helpful, and we've got some clarity. But we need to go away and consider what we would suggest, recommend needs to happen. Thank you. So if we just go to the other parts of the sustainable communities discussion, there's reference to equalisation. So you're just able to help us with how that equalisation approach might work, and also whether that is a matter of disagreement still between the parties. Well, I say between the parties, I mean between the council and the site promoters.
I'm not sure, as we sit here now, I'll be corrected by the other side of the table, whether at this point in time there is an outstanding dispute, but I'm happy to be sort of have the position clarified.
Mr. Chung and Mr. Rose.
I don't think there is a dispute. I think everyone around the room is agreed that there will be infrastructure required of a cumulative type. You know, there will be cumulative effects of all of the developments, and each of the developments has to make a fair contribution to that infrastructure, whether it be highways, whether it be the schools, etc. So what we're seeking is some form of clarity within HO2, either at the end, a sentence which makes it clear that it applies to all of the SCs, or in respect of each of the SCs, to the effect that the council will require applicants to enter into a framework Section 106 agreement that addresses contributions towards infrastructure where the development will have a cumulative effect with the other sustainable communities, or words to that effect, because that at the moment is not in there. I think it would be very helpful if it is in there.
Is that your point, Mr. Rose?
Sort of. So, I think that the point Mr. Chung makes about there needing to be clarity is right, and we've set that out in our hearing statements. And the infrastructure that's required to support sustainable communities is clearly hugely important. There's a role, as we talked about yesterday, for the master plan in terms of, and development brief for each of the sustainable communities in terms of identifying what's required, where it should go. But I think it's important that the wording within the policy reflects the fact that there are going to be individual planning applications coming forward. So that means that, and we heard at Wappenshaw that it might be a single application, but at Bratton it will certainly be two. At Muxton it's likely to be more than that. They are likely to come forward at different times and be determined at different times, that there's a need for the policy to establish a very clear expectation about what the master plan needs to do in terms of the mechanism for securing the funding for that infrastructure that's going to be provided. And that can be, for example, the secondary school and the previously drafted HO2 policy referred to the need for SC1 and I'm getting confused now, SC1 and SC2 to contribute to the land and capital costs of that within the Wappenshaw scheme, and that's understood and accepted by Bloor Homes. But equally, within the sustainable communities, there's the primary schools, and they are going to be located on somebody's land. That land will have a value, and that has to be factored in, as well as the actual build costs required to deliver the school itself. So our suggestion is fairly simple changes required just to make that expectation very clear. And as we discussed, I'm not convinced about the framework agreement just for the reason that applications are coming forward at different times, and I think it is the role of the master plan and the development brief to establish that mechanism, but just to make very clear that the contributions that are required, which are likely to be, for want of a better term, a roof tax approach, reflects both the land costs and the build costs of that infrastructure, community infrastructure that's going to be provided within each of the sustainable communities, and that's our submission, sir.
Mr. Pearce.
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to endorse what Mr. Rose said about how costs, particularly within the Bratton SC, would be attributed. David Orson Holmes have been in discussions with Bloor Homes about how the delivery of the school will be funded. Those are ongoing, but we hope to resolve them and come to an agreement. So, from our point of view, I don't think we have any dispute with what Mr. Rose is suggesting in terms of how that framework for delivery of infrastructure would be provided.
Thank you. Mr.
I was just going to say that I don't think there is an issue at Bratton. I don't think there's an issue at Muxton necessarily, but at Muxton there are many more landowners and parcels that all need to come together to deliver the community infrastructure that supports the safety. So it's exponentially more complicated than Bratton scenarios. So that's why setting the expectation for all of those people that are going to have to come together to deliver that sustainable community, and the decision makers and the wider community to understand what will be provided and how is really important, as you'd have heard from the people that were sat on this side of the table yesterday.
Mr. Moulton.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, because that's what I wanted to flag. Currently, there is no mechanism agreed or policy to deliver a secondary school, which is a critical piece of infrastructure. That does need putting down and clarifying. As referenced previously, the master planning work is pushing back, and the design briefs is pushing back all the detail of the applications to the application stage. And as everyone says, there's going to be multiple applications over many site areas. And then I just listened to the local residents yesterday, and I think they would definitely appreciate some clarification about how infrastructure will be delivered to actually deliver sustainable communities rather than housing lags by infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. I mean, we are dealing with the policy and the policy wording. and if it's not sound, how it can be made sound. Mr. Humphreys.
Yes, sir. So the updated proposed wording that we provided with you with, the one we discussed yesterday, that's on the examination website, it puts infrastructure delivery as one of the issues in the design brief, and at point 1 it says infrastructure delivery, the design brief must detail what infrastructure is required, when it will be required, and the apportionment of contributions for the required infrastructure. And just using the Bratton section of the policy, just by way of an example, it says the required infrastructure shall include the provision of a primary school, a secondary school within allocated site SC3, highway and transport infrastructure, and any other essential infrastructure required to deliver the totality of the allocation. And so the reason we've put forward proposed change wording and why it looks like that is the points that have just been made now are points that have already been made by the parties through their representation. And what we've sought to do is take those on board and provide something that's sufficiently precise but also sufficiently flexible to allow the site owners on their site to come to an agreement as to how they will secure that apportionment across their site for the contributions that need to be made by the various different parties. And there is the express reference within there to the secondary school within allocated SC3, so they also have to agree what it is that will be contributed towards that to ensure the delivery of that. So we feel that that draft at the moment treads that balance between precision and flexibility which is required across all the sites. But if anybody has any specific suggestions of additional wording that they would like to be considered, we've got an open mind in that regard.
Does that new suggested wording help?
It certainly helps, sir. Yeah, I mean, it was one of the questions I was going to ask about whether there's an opportunity to comment on the revised wording that's been put to us for HO2, or whether that's a direct discussion we have with the council. I don't know how or if you want to deal with that at all, but I think the key thing is for us is being clear that it is the land and the build costs of, say, the school. And I know for the secondary school that was referenced in some of the changes, but as I said, it equally applies to the primary schools.
As we go through the policy, the council are making note of changes that have arisen from this session that they're going away and looking at and coming back to us before the close of the hearing sessions with some wording, and they won't be able to do that until we've finished this session. There's nothing to stop you having a word with them.
Grateful for that, sir.
But, wording isn't, we get to a point where we can't sort out the detailed wording of the policy in a session like this.
Agreed, and Mr Humphreys has said that he's happy for us to approach him outside of the hearing sessions to see whether we can continue to refine this wording so that all SCs are content that there's some reference to how it's going to be done and what the apportionment is going to be relating to. So we'll continue to work with the council and hopefully come to a formal wording that everybody's content with.
I don't think there's disagreement among anybody in terms of between the council and the consortiums as to what this needs to do. And there's obviously always going to be more than one way to skin a cat in this type of situation. And if anybody's got any suggestions, happy for them to send those across to us and we can consider them and give you an update. HO2 is on our long list of tests, and that is potentially our longest test, and we'll get an update or a finalised version of our proposed wording to you by the end of the already agreed timescale in our actions list.
Okay, thank you. So we've just got a couple of points, well, 3 points I think that we just want to leave with you as the council in respect of HO2. having given a few more thoughts on yesterday primarily. One was a point that I made, and I'll leave it with you. But one was the point I made on day one about the issue of the forest community, and that being the fundamental part of the vision for Telford, and then it being reflected in the vision for the sustainable communities. But it's our view, although it is referenced, it's our view, it's a little bit lost then in the delivery section. It's referenced, but as we see it, that we understand that issue about vision, we understand about the forest community, and that being a priority. And the sustainable communities they're fundamental part of the growth strategy really for Telford. And whilst it's in the vision, in the policies, it isn't strongly, in our view, so reflected in the delivery section. It's referenced, but these sustainable communities offer a real and unique opportunity to achieve that vision, to help achieve that vision. So what we would ask you to do is just look at whether that routing of these communities within the forest community can be strengthened, particularly in the delivery section. We're not offering you wording. We might be able to come up with some wording, but in looking at HO2, I think that could be strengthened such that the requirements for these sites are not anywhere. They are in Telford. It's part of helping to deliver a forest community. And that, in that way, making this part of Telford quite unique and distinct from maybe other urban extensions elsewhere. So I'll leave that with you, whether that can be strengthened at all in terms of delivery. The other point that I'll make another point, and then Mr. Carpenter will make a point. Again, to leave with you in terms of HO, I'm not adding to the list of work you've got to do on considering HO2, but it was a point that was made by one of the residents yesterday, is that whilst these are three separate sites, they are within the same area, they will have an impact on each other, and whether there's anything in the policy that needs to reflect that connection. We're talking about connections to like Silkin Way or connections to other parts of green infrastructure, but is there anything in here that may get lost in looking at this site, that site, that site, because those sites don't exist at the moment, but they will, and they're part of the plan. So I'll leave that with you as just a challenge in terms of HO2 to look at. And these are references all that would be justified and to help make the policy effective. And Ms. Carpenter's got.
Yeah. And the third point, again, having reflected on the discussion we heard yesterday about, from all sides, about the expectations around consultation on the design briefs and master plans, and how how adequate consultation will be assessed at the point that that decision is made. And also thinking about this through the lens of consistency with the framework, in particular section 12, which talks about community engagement and design, etc. Again, to leave with you to consider, is there some wording that could be added into the policy or the supporting text, perhaps, just to give some more information to plan users about what that consultation could be expected to comprise. We talked yesterday about the statement of community involvement as a possible tool that could be deployed in that context. So we'll leave you with that thought.
Okay, thank you. Shall we just take a short break? And then we want to get, we want to move on to your Gypsy Traveller colleague. Would you rather bring that forward?
I mean, how many questions have you got on that topic?
Not many.
Well, could we just, I think it'd be appreciated if we could deal with that now then, if that was
Okay,
possible.
that's fine. So what we'll do, we thank you for your contributions on the last session. We're now moving into Matter 6, Issue 1. So if you have to change places, that's good. But so there's been a request from the council to for us to deal with the Gypsy and Traveller site matter first, so that the person speaking is able to leave. Okay. Hello. So, can you just explain to us? I think in relation to HO8, you're proposing some modifications. Is that right? No?
Is this CDO 7, the Reg 22 statement, the schedule? There's, I mean, I think we're reading this as what's labelled here as MOD 96 and 97 appear to be suggested modifications, one to the policy text and one to the supporting text, I think.
But again, what we'd like you to do when we get to these is to say whether you've got a suggested modification, so to be clear what is before us or what is being put to us. Because in some parts of the hearing statement they've included, some parts they're not.
Yeah, so just in terms of the modifications, within the policy, there is a revision to the capacity number for the Lodge Road site, which is in council control. And then within, it would be within paragraph 9.77 in the submission version of the plan. There's a further reflection of that alteration in terms of numbers within there as well. And then there's some wording, consequential wording changes towards the bottom of that paragraph.
So 17 pitches on Lodge Road becomes 13.
Yeah, that was the capacity assessment at the time.
Okay. Just a general point for you to have regard to when making suggested changes, that we'd like you to follow the standard approach of new text being underlined and text that's been deleted to be struck through, such that when we get to modifications, that will be, because that's sometimes not clear in the way it's been presented. So the new wording would be at least 13 pitches instead of 17 pitches. That's the wording on that policy, is that?
Yes, that's the change in the policy. And then at paragraph 9.77 of the supporting text, there's some consequential changes to reflect that change. So the date of the GTTSAA shifts from 2021 to 2023.
Yeah, 9.76, yeah.
77, I think. I might say the numbering of paragraphs might have changed between the publication version and the submission version.
We knew this would cause a problem,
yes.
The submission version, and it is.
Fine. But, no, sorry, carry on. Those are the changes.
All I was going to do is just add to Mr Warden's point about the format for any mods here on in. Just to add to that, not bold, so no bold, just strike through, underline. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so and the reason for the you've said correction to reflect the latest position. What's the reason for that change on Lodge Road? I mean, it's a small number, but what's the reason for the modification?
The reason is just in terms of the site surveys and the investigation work. It just led us to an alternate figure.
And what does that do for provision overall in terms of meeting needs?
Just in terms of provision, we've had 4 private sites that have been permissioned recently, so that's helped kind of bring some provision on board. In terms of the sites that we've got listed in the plan, they're in council control. So we're looking at the capacity that they could potentially deliver in terms of additional provision. So that would mean that we would be potentially meeting our needs within the first 5 years of the plan period, should those sites come forward.
So the need doesn't change, the 26 doesn't change. It's just that the way it's met is changed.
It might be central just to bring Mr Bullock in to explain the current need, the evidence in relation to need, which is the GTTSAA 2023.
Good afternoon. Hello again. I think just in brief, when we carried out the GTAA, I'll keep it simple, in 2021 and then followed up with an update in 2023, we got complete information on households living on sites. So we had a really good base to work from in terms of the evidence. So what we've identified is this 26 pitch shortfall. One, to take it into account the overall need, considered potential supply through reletting of some of the local authority pitches over the plan period. So that gives us that 26 figure. One thing I sometimes recommend is to annualise that for the period that we're looking at, and then if there are any adjustments to time periods, that we carefully look at that annualised figure in the context of any additional time frames that you might want to consider.
So the 26 will be met. How will the 26 be met? By the 3 and the 13, and by?
It's a criteria-based policy as well, so we've got a positive approach to meeting any kind of future demand that comes forward. Probably bring Jess Walker in a second, who's our Gypsy and Traveller officer.
Okay, thank you.
Just to talk about that kind of demand in the system as it currently stands. Jess?
Hiya. I pressed it. Our current waiting list has only got one person on it, so I think we were looking at additional, but we do have some large families on site that obviously their children as they grow up, but currently I'm not being bombarded for extra pitches.
Just in terms of meeting the supply then, so we've got capacity within existing sites or within council control that can be brought forward. And then over and above that, we've got a positive criteria-based policy that can meet demand that could come from private provision. And it's clear that that does come forward with the 4 pitches we've already permissioned.
Thank you. So Lawley Furnaces and Lodge Road are not council sites?
Sorry, Lawley and Lodge are council sites, and the four sites, the 4 pitches we've permissioned are on private land, private provision.
Yeah, so the 26 is the identified pitch requirement over the planned period. Lawley Furnaces is allocated for an expansion of 3 pitches, and Lodge Road for 13, or a minimum of 13 pitches. That's 16 pitches, which comes off the 26. As we've heard, we've already had 4 pitches granted elsewhere, so the residual need by the end of the planned period, based on that, it is, quick math, is currently 6 pitches, and we've got a criteria-based policy which allows for sites to come forward to meet that residual need at the end of the plan. But we've already, granted permissions for sites and allocated sites which exceeds the 5-year requirement.
Okay, thank you. Just so I'm clear, the soundness requirement for changing 17 to 13, 17 to at least 13, is, just give me the words what that would be.
It's to reflect the physical site capacity based on the most up-to-date available information. And it's expressed as an at least because there may be potential, obviously, for that to be exceeded. Rather than setting a hard figure of 17, wanted to have that proper reflection of the on-the-ground position.
Thank you. Can I just turn to your a question we asked about the travelling show person site in Hadley, and your hearing statement has said that you would welcome the inclusion of protection for the travelling show person site in Hadley within the plan. Does that mean that there should be a modification to give protection to that, or a policy? What do you mean by inclusion within the plan?
It's an existing site with planning permission for the use that it already has, so it's not a situation whereby it needs to be regularised in some way, which you could do through the plan process. So actually, I'm not. You could have something simply in the supporting text that acknowledges that that exists, and therefore that need is provided for. But in terms of a policy, I don't think there's any policy requirement in relation to it.
I mean, if the evidence suggests that needs to be safeguarded, which I think is what it's saying, I mean, that can sometimes be done through, for example, showing it on the policies map and the policy wording referring to a safeguarded site?
Can we? I'm just thinking how you would practically do it, because I mean it's already got planning permission for what it's been used for, and so in terms of safe.
Well, it is the point about the risk. There is one of another use potentially coming forward for that site.
I think it came up through the assessment. I think there's a reference to it, because we've picked it up as a question because of it being referenced as such in the assessment.
Look, I think.
Do you want
I think we'll recheck what the assessment says and then consider whether any wording is needed to safeguard it from alternative uses.
It's come from somewhere. I don't know. We've read somewhere about that site that led us to raise the question. But if you want to go away and have a look at that, that's fine.
Just come back there, Inspector. What I did within the GTAA is recommend that the existing yard is safeguarded for travelling show person use.
Right, okay.
That came from other work. We've worked in Nuneaton and Bedworth where it was a similar situation where there was a show person's yard that was being used, very long standing, but there were concerns. There was a concern to ensure that land was safeguarded. Particularly, it was the only one in Warwickshire. So we made sure that was safeguarded through the plan process. I think it's a similar kind of argument I was putting through in the GTAA, that we have got provision for travelling show people within the area and to safeguard that land.
So we'll leave that with you. If you want to put forward a modification, given what we've heard, we'll leave you to come back to us on that. Okay. Don't have any further questions on Gypsy and Travellers policy. Thank you. Should we take a quick 10-minute break? Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for coming back on time. We're just going to now continue with the policies in policy order that we have raised questions on. So unless there's any reason why we shouldn't take them in order. If we go to H03, and what I'm going to do is just turn to the council, ask them just to introduce their position on this, highlight whether there are any modifications, and on this one there are. And then open the floor for discussion, and then we will finish up with the council. So HO3, dealing with housing mix and quality, we were particularly concerned with the internal space standards and the issue around M42 and M43 in question 59, and then question 60 about criterion 4 of HO3, and that has led to a suggested modification from the council. So if I could hand over to the council, please. Thank you.
Yes, just to confirm the modifications on this policy for housing mix and quality, point 4, we put several modifications in, which now states, in certain circumstances where it can be demonstrated that the creation of private amenity space is not possible due to land availability and/or property constraints. And then alternative outdoor spaces such as usable balconies and roof gardens will be acceptable in lieu of ground floor outdoor amenity space where it is practicable to provide them.
Thank you. That's clearer, because the wording in the publication version to us wasn't clear. I don't think it read right, so that's clear. Is that the only modification that you're proposing to this policy?
So there is a further modification to the supporting text at 9.26, which states the council support the most efficient use of land and property. Therefore, in certain circumstances, for example, a change of use to create residential accommodation above existing retail units, it may not be possible to create a private outdoor amenity space and these proposals will be assessed on a case-by-case basis.
Is there also one to do with the footnote as well?
Yes, there is a footnote as well to planning and building control, planning applications and advice appeals enforcement and planning application process.
So the paragraph that's, that you read out is the support, in your view, for the revised criterion 4, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
And the footnote is just a reference to guidance document. So it's a link to a guidance document.
Yes, that's correct.
Are there any comments on that particular suggested modification from the council? No. Can we then look at our question 59? Does the council just want to address that point in terms of its justification for its requirements for criterion 2 about national described space standards, and criterion 6, which deals with which requires all major developments must include M42 and M43 housing? Just tell us what's the justification for those requirements, please.
Thank you. Just in terms of the nationally described space standards, they are what they say on the tin, so the nationally described standards for the size of housing units. So we've been applying that and asking for that within planning applications within the borough, and we feel it gives a good kind of starting point for the size of units. It's about that kind of housing quality that we're looking for within the borough as well, in terms of how that operates, and it gives certainty to developers about the size of units that we're looking for. And then just in terms of the second point about M42 and M43 housing, again, recognising the need for the quality of housing, recognising the need for adaptable and accessible homes within the borough, we've sought to secure that through the plan, and it reflects our supplementary planning guidance around M42, M43 housing and accessible housing in the round.
Do people want to comment on that approach, Mr. Barant?
Thank you, sir. I think in just turning first to the nationally described space standards and recognise where the council are coming from with that, but what I haven't seen from the evidence, and unless the council is any evidence around the need for home. So there's an indication in terms of viability and that element of it, but actually looking at the need for that in terms of is there a pressing need for space standards? Have they looked at in terms of the impact of adopting space standards on housing affordability? These are all elements of PPG that I don't believe have been considered by the council in terms of the support for this particular policy. So I think that would be my main concern with regard to the evidence supporting the internal space standards and the requirement for that. And I think as we set out in our statement, so it's not necessarily a must-have. It is something where it's nice to have if you can deliver it, but there are impacts of having space standards in terms of some households won't be able to get the type of house, the size of house they're requiring in terms of bedroom number, in terms of affordable way. So by having space standards, you're very much fixing that in and not allowing that flexibility for homes that actually meet some of the needs of the populations of Telford and Wrekin to have those homes in terms of the bedroom numbers, but maybe not the space standards. So there are swings and roundabouts in terms of the delivery of that, and I think that's where the evidence really is required to be a bit more detailed than perhaps the council have put forward. In terms of M42 and M43, I think my main problem with the policy as it's worded is that it refers back to an SPD and seeks to set policy through an SPD. We know that that's not an appropriate way of setting policy. If you're going to set policy, it needs to be within the local plan. I think the reason for that is that certainty coming forward. SPDs can be amended without the need to go through examination, without the need for that detailed consideration in terms of viability and need for that. So I think that is a key point. If it is going to be included, then it should be included within the policy itself. There's also issues in terms of the way it's defined in the SPD itself, in terms of not actually clarifying in terms of between around the wheelchair accessible in terms of M43A and M43B. Obviously, M43B, you can't require that in terms of market housing because there is no, the council doesn't have the ability to nominate the person to live in that. So it wouldn't be consistent with PPG with that regard. So I think that's another point. And the final point in terms of looking at PPG is that it also expresses, I think, in terms of, if I can remember the reference right, 56/010, is that where there is a viability issue or whether it's not feasible to deliver either M42 or M43, then that provision shouldn't be made. And I think that flexibility and that recognition that sometimes it's just not possible to deliver M42 or M43 should be recognised within policy to ensure that there is sufficient flex to recognise that. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll pick up any other points, and then I've got a question and we'll go back to the council. Is it? So, Mr. Pearce, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll just reiterate the points in respect of NDSS. The PPG is quite clear that the three tests are viability, need and timing. The evidence sort of indicates there's an assessment of viability to a degree, but mainly on the quantum of land rather than the cost of development associated with NDSS. My colleague to the left sort of dealt with the other 2 points about sort of, what additional evidence would be needed to justify that, so I won't repeat that. Just in relation to M42, M43, again, the policy doesn't actually sort of specify what the requirement should be. It defers it to the SPD. The SPD was produced in 2022. The council, in their own statement, refers to more updated evidence. Sorry, it hasn't got a paragraph number on the fourth paragraph of their response to question 59. And it references an annual need for 180 dwellings to be built with appropriate adaptations and 51 dwellings to be wheelchair adapted. From that, I take that as 180 M42 and 51 as M43. That equates to 17% and 5% of the annual requirement, which when you contrast with what's actually in the current SPD, the requirements for M42 are specified as 20% for market and 45% for affordable, whilst for M43 it's 3.5 for market and 5% for affordable. So the more up-to-date evidence is indicating that there's actually currently a lower requirement for M42 and M43 properties than the SPD that is referred to in the plan is actually requiring. So our suggestion is, rather than refer to an outdated SPD, would deference to building regulations and a building regs requirement be a more appropriate way of dealing with that requirement? Thank you.
Thank you. Turn to the council to pick up those points. There's Mr. Brent's point about the justification for the using the National Described Space Standards. What's the evidence for that? And then the points about M42, M43. And I've got a question about the clarity of that requirement 6 is that all major developments must include, and there's no reference to how much, and whether there needs to be some kind of reference or some kind of tie back to for clarity, or would you say, well, that's in the SPD, but the SPD is not policy? I just wonder if you can help us with that.
Yeah, I'll bring colleague John Goodall from DLP and some of the other points, I think. But just picking up on the point 6 of the policy, I think if it would help, we can go away and have a look at whether we need to bring information from the SPD and bring that into policy. And I also think we've obviously made reference to national standards and whatever's higher, because we're aware that the government have consulted previously on changing things like the building regulations and standards around M42 and M43 standards within housing. So I'll bring in John on the NDSS point, and then support on John.
I was going to touch on the accessible and adaptable needs, Gavin, just in terms of reference to the updated EDNA. Yeah, as Gavin said, there probably is potentially additional clarity that can be provided in the wording of the policy. It's probably just useful for your chronology to note that the SPD was prepared effectively along the same arc as the EDNA evidence base. So the SPD came out in 2022. Then obviously the EDNA was updated and finalised in 2025. So what you've got in the EDNA is the advantage of robust demographic information that obviously sits behind what the expected population to achieve the standard method is going to look like. So the figures that are in the council's hearing statement, as referred to by other representatives, so 51 dwellings per annum for wheelchair adaptable homes, and then the 180 figure for accessible and adaptable. That is underpinned by up-to-date evidence, and I know there's been an attempt there to convert that to a percentage in the plan. I think the council's quite right. You need to then have regard to also what the latest position in national policy would be, and a proportion of those figures is current unmet need within the district. So that's sort of accessible and adaptable, or households in need of accessible and adaptable homes that aren't currently suitably housed or have wheelchair adaptable accommodation available to them. So the SPD is a point in time, the EDNA is a more up-to-date point, but certainly it reinforces the importance of those needs and the importance of that criterion 6 in HO4. I think you're quite right, inspectors, it's about how you provide certainty for that, and probably reflecting the most recent evidence base and emerging position in national policy would be a good place to go. I'm not sure if you need me to add anything on NDSS, Gavin. Obviously that doesn't come out of the EDNA directly, obviously is possibly a relationship to mix, but it's not really the same policy point, so defer back to you. Is that
so? Just on criterion 6, the council are going to look at the wording of that. Okay, come back to us.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Modification. Okay, Mr. Sorry, have you got a point on 6 or on 6? Let's hear from you on 6, just so then we can close that point off. Thank you.
So Joseph Cramporn Savills on behalf of DIO is just on the modification to 6. I think there's modification to the policy, fine, but it's also update to the viability assessment and consideration of that, because at present there isn't, and going back to Mr. Pearce's point, because there isn't a percentage that is tested through the plan in the policy and then through the viability assessment. We've got an SPD that Mr. Goodall has talked about being informed by the EDNA and coming through in 2022. But an SPD, as we know, doesn't have the same rigour in terms of an examination in public or viability testing, and that's why the PPG sets out in terms of optional requirements that it has to be at the local plan stage, that sort of evidence is gathered. So to transfer an SPD into a development plan doesn't make it sound doesn't make it justified in my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you add anything to help us with that point, and then we'll move on to the space standards issue?
It has been viability assessed. So in the original VSO1, which is the original viability work, paras 8.78, 8.82, beginning on page 122, looks at the implications of M42, M43, and assesses things on the basis that everything is M42, and then 5% is M43. And then if you then look at, sorry, that was VSO1, not VSO2, and then if you look at then VSO2, which is the update note, that carries it out on the basis of 3.5% being M43 rather than the 5%. So there is viability work on the implications of the standards.
Is your point, Mr. Crampon, that a revised requirement is not subject to the same viability testing? Was that your point?
Yes. So there seems to have been testing, but if we can't see as a participant in the examination what there's viability testing of percentages, but if those percentages aren't in the policy, then which percentages are we to read as having been tested? It's fine to test something, but if that's not the policy that's being tested, I suppose it's to reserve judgment until we see the modified text. But it's just to make the point that whatever is brought forward just can't simply be a transfer over of SPD if it doesn't align with what has been viability tested.
I think we understand the point, so what we can do is double check the consistency between 6 and the viability work, and whether there's any need for further precision in 6 to accord with the relevant evidence base.
Okay, thank you. Space standards, in terms of the justification for that, the evidence, to go back to the point that HBF has said. So what is the evidence for space standards? So I think, was someone going to answer that point?
Yeah, I think the evidence is more about the quality of the housing. So it's more about trying to achieve good standard housing, and these are standards that the government have set out. So I suppose it's a practical point in its application around picking up on government standards that we've included and we are asking for in developments currently. So there is a kind of I suppose a bit of a pedigree there in terms of those space standards being met.
Mr. Brown, is there anything you want to come back on that?
Yeah, it's just that PPG is clear in terms of that there does need to be an assessment or some consideration as to the need for such. Recognise the council say that they've been applying these already. You know, I think PPG is clear that this should be applied through a local plan rather than through other mechanisms. So there is a concern there, sir, in terms of how it's being applied. But I think it is just a wider impact and wider considerations of those impacts with regard to housing delivery and what's required and the affordability of housing to some households. So I think it's just the lack of consideration outside of just the viability in the council's evidence. It does mean that it's not justified. And I think in terms of coming back to the viability, both in terms of NDSS and space standards, I think what we see in terms of VSO2, in terms of the update in viability, is that there's significant amounts of development aren't viable. It's the cumulative impact of the costs that's being applied in terms of, not just in terms of space standards or in terms of the M42 and M43, but across the piece in terms of in terms of those standards and what we're seeing required. So we've got viability evidence in terms of, especially in terms of PDL sites, that shows that the cumulative impact of these policies means that they're not viable. They're not going to be coming forward. So I think there are concerns with regard to that. I think we heard today about the strategic sites in terms of that cumulative impact in terms of the affordable housing, and it is that drip, drip, drip in terms of both the affordable housing and everything else that's coming onto it. So I think there are concerns in terms of both the need and in terms of some sense the viability, sir, in terms of how the council are evidencing these requirements, but not just these, but in terms of that cumulative impact, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything the council wish to come back on that?
I was just going to say, sir, if it helps, we can get you a list of the applications where we've secured NDSS, so it can give you a flavour of what's actually coming through. But I think just go back to that general point about securing good homes for our residents in terms of the sizes. So that's a point of principle, I suppose, that is how we kind of based it on. But yeah, we can provide that information if that helps.
And the requirement has been viability tested, hasn't it?
Yeah. So page VSO1, so the original viability work, page 109, paragraphs 8.17. to 8.20 is where it sets out the treatment of NDSS, and it says in this study the units are assumed to be in line with NDSS or larger.
Okay, thank you. Can we move to HO4? So obviously we've already covered this policy as it would apply to sustainable communities, but HO4 and HO5 work together. Can the council just explain, without covering any ground we've already covered, the rationale for these policies, and there's a recognition, I think, in the suggested modifications that there is a clarity needed between the workings of HO2 and HO5. And I think that's the case, isn't it? You've recognised that. So can you just explain the rationale for having a requirement policy and a delivery policy? Just outline how the requirement has been arrived at, and then take just to the modifications that you're suggesting now.
I'll just introduce the policies, sir, and then Patrick will cover off the modifications. So just in terms of the policies themselves, just a brief overview. Obviously looked at the proportions of affordable housing. We've discussed that previously in the previous session. Really, we were looking at the being clear about what the requirements are for affordable housing provision, and then the delivery policy, HO5, covers off how supports that in terms of how that will be applied across sites as well.
So, just explain the rationale between the two. Why is it? What was the rationale for two policies?
Following the structure of the current adopted local plan, we got two affordable housing policies in that, which covered off the affordable housing thresholds and delivery, and then affordable housing delivery. So we've used that as a basis to kind of refine as part of this local plan process. Hence having two policies, and it's a bit more clear in terms of how you look at those two elements of that affordable housing delivery overall.
And how have you set the requirement? See, we've heard earlier about reference to the viability study and the requirements in respect of sustainable communities. So how, leave that aside, but how have you set the requirements in 1A and 1B?
Yeah, so again, looking at the kind of areas we plan for in Telford, you've got Telford and then Newport in the rural area. There are different kind of viability considerations in those two areas. So broadly speaking, Newport in the rural areas a more viable proposition than Telford is. So that's given us the kind of broad split in terms of how that policy then applies. But I'll just ask John from DLP whether he's got anything to add on that.
I think Gavin's touched on the key points in terms of how the policy provides opportunities to maximise the delivery of affordable housing. Obviously, the EDNA provides, and they're set out in the Council's hearing statement, but the EDNA provides the overall summary of the net annual needs for affordable housing, which is 824 units in total, of which 696 are affordable housing for rent. Now, again, that's underpinned by the EDNA, which is underpinned by demographic projections that align very closely to the standard method. So it's a high level of household growth, and we've already discussed last week how that to a degree is led by migration patterns that won't necessarily correspond to, well, they'll have to correspond to people moving to the area and having houses to live in. We touched on last week, the EDNA touches on that there's strong growth in the private rented sector, but when you look at an area that's consistently sort of planned to meet its local housing need and is able to plan for the new standard method, when it has that demographic basis to it, in a way that the national standard method doesn't, but in the way that the EDNA demonstrates Telford and Wrekin does, you will get a high net annual affordable housing need figure, and that's out in the Council's hearing statement and the EDNA. So just underpinning that policy, and obviously you've got the Council's spatial strategy in terms of looking for a sustainable distribution of growth, for example, including sustainable provision in Newport. I think it is sustainable. It's appropriate that the policy sets out the A and B criteria and looks to maximise affordable housing delivery where it can in the context of that evidence, and that really takes you back into the points that have been outlined at length in terms of the viability testing and what the maximum level of affordable housing that can be supported in the context of those needs. So I hope that helps just in terms of how the need figures underpin the policy.
And just take us to be clear on the modifications now that you're asking us to consider. Some are set in the hearing statement and and also in the document. Can you just take us through those and the reasons why, for soundness reasons, those are, in your view, necessary?
Yeah, so we have two modifications, one in the policy and one in the supporting text. The references are MOD 092 and MOD 093. Point 2, we put affordable housing secured through Section 106 obligations is a priority. However, where it can be demonstrated that this cannot be achieved, other sources of supply will be considered appropriate in order to meet the threshold set out in policy. It's a point of clarifications on the Council's priority, and also a point of clarification for where the first part of the criteria cannot be met. And at 9.34, we've also added another point of clarification to include a line: the built-up area of Telford includes all 3 sustainable community sites.
And then there's an error, isn't there, on criterion 3 of HO5 refers to policy HO5, it should refer to policy HO4.
Yes, that's correct.
And inspectors, just to give you a couple of references, obviously you've been referred to the EDNA there, that the relevant section in there is chapter 5, which begins page 41, and then in terms of the split between the different types of affordable needs, you've got that in table 8 on page 45.
Just on the, in the hearing statement, hearing statement says, on relation to question 62, the council accepts that there is currently some repetition in the requirements set out in policy H04 and H05, where developments are proposing reduced affordable housing contributions. To avoid unnecessary repetition and enhance the clarity, council proposed a modification to H04 to delete criterion 5. There isn't a criterion 5 in H04. So is that a further modification? You mean criterion 4?
Oh, sorry. Just to clarify, there is a point 5 on HO4 states developments that do not meet the policy requirements must provide a clear justification supported by a viability assessment.
Are we confusing the submission version and the?
Yes, we are.
Again.
Yes.
Yeah.
The original version has only 4 parts to it, as you pointed out.
So it's deletion of 4 in the publication version. So any modification has to relate to the publication version, not further earlier suggested modifications. So there are 3 modifications now that are being proposed. Is that correct? And the soundest reason for deleting criterion 4, what's the soundest reason?
So the reason for deleting point number 4 was around the repetition and providing clarity in terms of the interaction between the policies.
Because that's covered elsewhere. Is it? Where is it covered elsewhere?
It's covered in part 3 of HO5, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, sir. I think within point 3 of policy HO5, we need to suggest a modification just to amend the reference to HO5 should be HO4.
Yeah, I picked that up, and you've also referenced that in your statement. Yeah. There's a concern that we might lose some modifications, or will things fall between the gaps?
Yeah, I think because what you need at the end of all of this, not just in relation to this, but in relation to everything, is this was the publication version, this is now what's being proposed, and to be honest, the interim you don't need, so it's on us as a general task to ensure that that latter document has swept up all of these points that we've been talking about and have been previously flagged in the MIQs and in the submission version and refined. So aware of that, it's on us to actually do that.
Mr. Barant.
Thank you, sir. 2 points. I think the first one I'd like to make, I suppose it actually has been dealt with earlier today in terms of HO4, in terms of the 25% and the percentages within that, and the need for it to reflect the evidence base that's been provided. I think that was in terms of the strategic sites. I'd also point in terms of table 12.4a in VSO1 and also the tables in VSO2, which point to the fact that majority of brownfield sites aren't shown to be viable or within this. And I think it's important to recognise that in terms of paragraph 58 of the MPPF, which does state that where up-to-date policies have set out the contributions expected from development, planning applications that comply with them should be assumed to be viable. I don't think that is the case at the moment in terms of HO4, in terms of the sites that will come forward. There can't be that assumption. So I think that is a concern in terms of whether there does need to be an amendment to reflect the different viability abilities of different sites to deliver affordable housing in terms of the viability evidence that's come forward. I think it's already been set out in terms of the strategic sites, in terms of what their concerns were, but I think there are wider concerns that need to be considered by yourselves. In terms of then that moves on to the second point, sir, in terms of I think the quite confused position I'm seeing between what the council are proposing in terms of HO4, HO5, and what's going to be deleted and not. I think what is clear is that there is a need to be able to consider viability at the decision-making stage in terms of this local plan. In terms of Part 4, I don't think there needs to be a crossover between HO4 and HO5, and needs to be very clear within that policy that viability considerations will be taken into account and will be a consideration in terms of decision-making where appropriate. Yeah, recognising paragraph 58 that there should be an assumption, but there will be circumstances where there are changes in circumstances that does need to be taken into account, and I think that needs to be reflected in the policy and clearly reflected. I'm not quite sure where the council are in terms of that, so because deleting Part 4, I don't think it is appropriate unless it is very clearly reflected elsewhere in terms of HO5. And so I'm uncertain as to the council's position with regard to that. So I think we just need a clearer position as to what those modifications are being proposed and what the justification is for them.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that in deleting 4, I think you need to have a look at the wording of 3. Because they're not necessarily the same, but there is some repetition there.
Yeah, sorry, when you're referring to 3 there, you mean Part 3 of HO5
Part 3 of,
Part 4
Part 3 of HO5,
yes.
Part 4 of HO4.
Understood.
Thank you. Part 4 being the publication version of HO4.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so if you could look at that, because it's not necessarily simple as just taking one out and leaving the other one. I think that I think Mr. Brent's point is fair. Mr. Pearce. Wait, not Mr. Pearce.
Mr. Matthewman.
Mr. Matthewman, sorry.
Good afternoon, inspectors.
Have you just joined?
I have. I'm going to introduce
You're trying to confuse me, sorry.
My name is Dan Matthewman. I'm a Chartered Town Planner, a member of the Institute for Legal Executives. I'm here on behalf of the proponents of allocation HA28, Long Barn Stables. My point is, I suppose, an appeal for clarity between the interactions of HO4 Criterion 1 and HO5 Criterion 3. Forgive me, I wasn't present this morning, but from what I've seen, I understand there's been quite a lot of discussion about viability, which is understandable and justified. What I feel the Criterion 1 does not necessarily do is ensure consistency with national policy in respect of paragraph 65 of the Framework for Vacant Building Credit. It is cross-referenced in HO5 Criterion 3, but it doesn't make it clear how those two things are to work together. A further consideration when you set out a requirement, Mr. Humphreys has said, it is a requirement, not a target, that sites must deliver this amount of quantum of affordable housing. There are other reasons other than viability why that level of affordable housing may not be delivered, whether those relate to, for example, the inability to secure an RSL, the affordability of requirements once you have totted up together the quantum of expectations placed on sites. And to illustrate that point further, I mean by reference to things like NDSS, M4342, land, BNG contributions, which we'll come on to in later sessions. All of these things start to nibble away at the amount of space available for delivery on site. And then the previously unknown or unexpected delivery constraints, principally contamination, utilities, constraint in infrastructure. The question I would ask is, are the two policies together sufficiently clear, and is there a mechanism for development still whilst not complying with the 35 or 25% affordable housing criteria for reasons other than viability? How do we do that? Where in the policy can we achieve that?
Thank you. We're asking if it's clear, so is it clear to you?
No.
In what sense is it not clear?
If we use allocation HA29 as an example, it's currently allocated for 15 units. Based on it's an equestrian yard with a fairly sizable number of buildings on it. If national policy for paragraph 65, that is going to reduce the quantum of affordable housing to be delivered on site below the 35% threshold. It's not viability, so it is not HO5 3. So we would fail to satisfy HO4 criterion 1. But we would need to be able to find a mechanism to navigate our way through that so that we don't have a policy conflict, because it is clearly a site which is viable, deliverable. The expectation might be that we make financial contributions, but where does that all fit together? That is not, as far as I can see, catered for within the policies.
Thank you. Council, help us with the operation of the policy in that context?
Forgive me if I've misinterpreted this, inspectors, but does HO5 .3, the first one, give an exception for when a lower level of affordable is required because of vacant building credit? That's my reading of it, but I don't know if Mr. Matthewman agrees or.
Assuming that we've amended the cross-reference in the first line, referring to policy HO4, criterion H would refer to vacant building credit, yes, but it would not deal with the other reasons that I have mentioned. For example, the inability to find an RSL, other utilities constraints.
I think in circumstances where we've had problems with securing a registered provider, I think that there are options where the affordable has been managed by the developer themselves. I think we've had a couple of cases where there's been a small number of affordables on sites where it hasn't necessarily gone to an RP. There are other mechanisms to still have it as an affordable unit.
Yeah, policies can't deal with every conceivable eventuality as what could happen in relation to any given site. It's just that is an impossible task, and what you're required to do is have policies that set principles and development management standards that allow, you know, to successfully guide applications through the process. And I think that's subject to the points we've discussed about the need for certain clarity on certain issues and proper linkage to other policies. That, I mean, we're reasonably comfortable that that's what this, well, I say reasonably, we're comfortable that that's what this policy does. And, you know, it might be that on any given application something crops up that's beyond the scope of a policy. Well, you'll have to find a solution within that application. You can't preemptively deal with every possible scenario in a policy.
Thank you. And you're going to look at wording of 3 anyway, aren't you?
Yeah, it's on our to-do list.
Thank you. Okay, can we move off from affordable housing? So can we go to policy HO6, which is the supported and specialist housing policy? I don't know who's going to introduce this policy for us. And we asked a question about whether it was clear and unambiguous in what it was requiring, and also what it was said in 1A, in that it meets an identified local need, and was that clear?
So thank you, sir. So just in terms of introducing the policy, again, this is about the quality homes for our local residents, and about delivering for all residents. So supporting specialist accommodation is a really big part of that kind of mix of bringing on different units and meeting different needs in the area. So we wanted to have a positive policy approach and a framework that will enable us to do that and work with developers to get the right mix of that accommodation and be clear about what the requirements were for those developers. But while those, I'll pass on to my colleague Joe Cornwell's here from our Housing Commissioning team with John Hayward as well, and they can give a bit more detail in terms of point 1A.
Hello, I was asked to come along and talk about the evidencing of local need, and just to kind of refer to the main point of reference that we use for specialist and supported accommodation, which is our strategy that was produced in 2020. That clearly details what we think is the need for specialist and supported accommodation across the borough, and it was based on a comprehensive needs analysis that's relevant up to 2030. That provides us with what we think is a really good starting point, but we also recognise that as delivery is brought forward, that's an ever-changing picture, and also that some of this can be very specific based on known and identified need. So we use that as a starting point, and then we have constant data available to us that we gather via commissioners across the authority and via waiting lists that we hold for specialist and supported accommodation that we use to further evidence that need. Some of it can be very specific in terms of location and types of accommodation. So I think the key point that we try and emphasise is early engagement where possible, talking to us right at the very beginning to look at how we can influence that delivery to make sure it's in line with identified need.
Thank you. I wonder whether, because we asked a question about what constitutes a local need in terms of the effectiveness of the policy for 1A, and when it says it meets an identified local need, I just wonder, in what you've said in the statement, that the council has a supported specialist accommodation strategy that provides evidence of what constitutes local needs. I just wonder whether this is simply an additional reference to supporting text, just to help the effectiveness of the policy, to just say where someone might, how you might define local need, not in detail, but just reference to where you would find out what would constitute a local need.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, I think that would be then consistent with the supporting text, has already endeavoured to identify what the different types of specialist housing are that the policy is seeking to deal with. So a sort of simple additional line or two after that, or in that context, could help then define where you would go to look for the evidence of need in relation to those different types of accommodation.
Thank you. Ms Matthewen. I wondered what you were going to say on this. Mr Burant.
Thank you, sir. It's just with regard to Part 1C of the HO6, which we refer to in our representations. And it does state that it makes provision for a mix of tenure types, accommodation, including where relevant affordable housing. Again, just turning to the viability evidence in VSO1, and this is where, I've now missed the table because it's gone. But in terms of the specialist accommodation within that evidence, the council show that it's not viable in terms of delivering affordable housing. And I think, again, it's just that link between what the evidence is saying in terms of viability and what the policy is requiring in terms of a delivery of affordable housing. I think if the evidence suggests that it's not viable for older people's accommodation to provide affordable housing, then it shouldn't actually be in policy. In fact, it should be a very specific exclusion from policy that they should be required to deliver affordable housing. So again, it's just that disconnect between what the evidence seems to be suggesting to us and to the council, and what's then is included in not in national policy, in policy in the local plan, sir.
Would the addition of where relevant and viable affordable housing, would that deal with that point?
Yes, sir, I think that probably would do, yeah.
Mr Brandt.
I think it's helpful to say where relevant and viable, but I think if there is a clear indication within the evidence that it will be made unviable by the policy within the local plan in terms of affordable housing, then surely it would be a better way, and one that is more consistent with paragraph 58 of the MPPF and the approach in PBG, because the decision maker cannot assume that type of development is viable with the policy requirements within it. So I think it's that balance that you need to take into account, and the council needs to take into account when considering how to set this out in policy. And I think it is that if we are to assume in the majority of cases that the decision maker can say yes, that type of development can come forward with and meet the policy requirements set out in this plan, then that's fine. But if you can't, then actually you should be looking to amend policy to ensure that in the majority of cases, that is the situation that can come forward. So I don't think it is, with regard to specialist accommodation, the evidence suggesting it isn't. So why are we even including it within the policy? Why are we not excluding that? To ensure that type of development can come forward and there is an indication to the market that they're seeking that. And if not, developers will look at it and go, well, actually, I can't afford to deliver that type of development in this location. It won't come forward. So I do think it's an important consideration, sir.
Thank you. Council wish to come back on that?
I think the where relevant and viable point would probably cover the issue off.
As I've been doing a lot of during this examination, I don't think it needs loads of fiddling with to do what everybody's saying it needs to do. So, yeah, we'll add it to our to-do list, but my initial reaction is that, yeah, where relevant and viable is probably okay, but we'll add it to the thinking and drafting pile.
Okay. Can we move to policy HO11? So we've not asked a question on HO9, because we don't have any questions on HO9, which is housing regeneration, but you have, just to pick up, you've suggested a modification. One, to take design code out, just put design brief, and then a new criterion on F. No, well, is this new? New point in F, it says. And I haven't got the submission version in front of me. So is this, it's additional criterion to link with policy S6. Proposals should be in line with policy S6 to help address the health well-being of residents as part of any estate regeneration proposals in order to create healthy, strong communities. I don't have any particular questions in relation to that modification, but I just wonder what the, just tell me what the soundness reasons are. Is that still the case that you're wanting that, you're putting forward that as a suggested modification, and if so, what the soundness reason would be? One's a correction, design code, so that's okay, but on the new criterion, you say it's just consistent with other criterions in the policy, so what's the soundness reason for adding it in?
Yeah, thank you, sir. The point's been added in, I think, to make the link back to the priorities and the strategic priorities of the plan, and especially around housing development regeneration. It's that link into that thread of creating healthier, stronger, cohesive communities where you're looking at these types of projects.
Would proposals not be in line with policy S6 anyway?
Yes, they would be, but I think it was just making that connection between the strategic priority and the policy. But we can reconsider that modification if you'd like us to. If it helps, sir, we can include that in the supporting text as a suggested mod rather than the policy.
That might be more helpful in terms of avoiding just a loop. And
yeah, exactly. So the general intention, and it's been a bit of a coherent theme of the plan, is that applications need to accord with the relevant development management policies in and of their own right. So you don't need to keep restating in each and every policy which are the other relevant policies.
might not be a main modification anyway, but we'll have a look at that. Okay, so we are to HO11, which is H10. On H10, again, we've got no questions on H10, but you're suggesting just to make the policy read, it would be on 10B that the word realistic would be taken out. It's not necessary, is it? Okay. Thank you. it's useful we pick up these suggested modifications, even though on these we've got no particular questions. But, still, we just need to understand why they've been said. HO11 then, which is self-build and custom housing, and this is one which you are suggesting a modification to change the percentage from 5% to 3%. Just want to explain what this policy is seeking to do, why you're suggesting a change from 5% to 3% on sites of 100 plus dwellings. And I don't know whether that will address some of the concerns from, I know that Wappensall Consortium made some points on this, but just explain why you've made that change and the justification for policy, and then we'll pick up any points that we need to raise. Thank you.
So as an overall point, I think it's important to note that the policy was put together as an aspiration to make sure that we're meeting the requirements, the need that comes from our self-build register that we hold. We currently have 230 people on that register, and although we are currently meeting the demand on the three-year rolling supply basis, that hasn't necessarily always been the case. So going forward, we want to make sure that we do that. Following the Regulation 19 consultation, we took on board the responses that we received, mainly from those across the table, and considered a reduction from 5% to 3% was potentially necessary. So we kind of did a bit of a rough calculation based off the 3 sustainable communities and the yield of self-build plots from just those 3 sites to kind of come to the realisation that we maybe needed to lower the figure. So by lowering the figure from 5% to 3%, that would require the sustainable communities, just the 3 sites on their own, to provide 237 self-build plots over the plan period, which equates to just under 16 units per year across the 3 sites. And we felt that that was a little bit more reasonable than the 5%, which was going to equate to 395 self-build plots over the plan period, which is obviously over the amount that is on our self-build register at the moment.
There's another modification that you're suggesting relating to developers will be required to actively market plots at a reasonable price that reflects a professional valuation. That's the added word, isn't it? $11.4.
Yeah, so we've suggested a point of clarification on the valuation point in 11.4, and then some further additional supporting text to sort of back that point up. And I think that really just adds a bit of clarification to the policy, but also keeps that flexibility within the policy. And I think it's also worth noting that between Regulation 18 and Regulation 19, we did make some changes to the policy, again, based off feedback that we'd received. So in PD 09, which is the draft plan that we consulted on at Regulation 19, we didn't really have much flexibility within the policy. And so at Regulation 19, we added some flexibility to the policy, which included allowing the plots to be marketed for a certain amount of time before they could then be built out as market housing.
Thank you. Mr. Pearce, sorry.
Thank you, sir. The reduction in the percentage sort of goes some way to sort of addressing our concerns about the requirement to provide self-build. I think And also the 6-month marketing requirement again, we sort of welcome that. Notwithstanding that, I think it just presents us with an issue in terms of how we would actually present a scheme. As my colleague Mr Hawley might have sort of said yesterday, the intention for David Wilson Homes is to submit a full planning application when we come to bring forward our part of the Bratton SC. As a full planning application, we'll have 5% or 3% of the units not shown as anything other than potential for self-build. 6 months later, once we've got planning permission, we potentially have to come back to the council to say we'd like planning permission for 3% additional houses. Whilst I'm not really sure how we square that one off, because obviously, you know, we have no problem with proposing it, but then it just puts another step in the process for having to then go back and then re-seek planning permission for those units if they're not taken up. Thank you.
Mr Barent, and then I think he just beat you, Mr Chung.
So it's just with regard to the evidence and the self-build register. And I think it's not clear, I think from within the EHO1, whether that register has been reviewed in terms of whether those people who were on it at the start in terms of the base periods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are still looking for a self-build plot. So it's looking back and going and reviewing that evidence to see whether it applies. And the reason I sort of say that is obviously we've got a situation where actually there's the number of people looking to enter the register is going down. But what we are seeing is actually a significant number of windfall plots coming forward in terms of self-build. So in the last 3 base periods, I believe that the need has been met in terms of the windfall delivery. And that would, to me, suggest that is there a need for this provision to be placed, a requirement to be placed on sites of over 100? Just because the evidence would suggest that there's a significant number, a good proportion of the needs or the needs will be met through windfall sites coming forward on the basis of the evidence that's been presented by the council. So it's just that consideration, sir, of whether the council has gone back to look at the numbers of people who are on those registers, whether they are still wanting to be on that register, and whether there is that cumulative need moving forward, or whether actually the need for self-build is actually being adequately addressed through sites coming through from windfall and through a more positive approach to permitting such sites when they do come forward. So I think it's just that consideration that I don't think it's really been taken forward in terms of the evidence base.
Mr Chung.
So we have a concern about the percentage. I mean, it's come down from 5% to 3%, which we welcome. But there's no real evidence to support the 3%. I mean, we've been given some rough numbers, but if it's over all sites over 100, I mean, if you just look at what the sustainable communities are going to deliver in terms of the number of units, you're getting sort of close to, if not beyond, what the register is showing. And of course, then we've got all the other allocations of over 100, so we haven't been given the figures for that. And then, as has just been said across the room, then you've got the windfalls. So when you add all of that up, there's no real evidence to support the 3%. Also from, just speaking to house builders and coming across this across the country, what we found is that these type of sites are not really the type of sites where somebody who has an aspiration for self-build or custom build want to go. So the council hasn't really looked at where this need has been met, and I suspect it's been met on different types of sites than very large housing sites such as this. I mean, we understand the idea. We know that there's national policy in support of this. So what we've suggested is that an amendment which says that if you're over 100 dwellings, you provide self-build or custom house building plots, having regard to the evidence of need in the area of the site. So when we make our application, if the council can say, look, here's some evidence, there are people in this area, on this site, who want to have self-build or custom build, then obviously we can accommodate that. But at the moment, there's simply no evidence for it.
Except on your site, Mr. Chung, there won't be anybody there.
At the register, I don't know what sort of information the register has in terms of the kind of locality that people are looking at.
Mr. Rose.
Yeah, I think Mr. Chung's hit the nail on the head there in terms of the points he's making, and agree with them entirely. We haven't seen any of the evidence, and the evidence that we have been given in terms of the number on the register, we don't think, my client doesn't see that as being a sound basis for the policy requirement. We welcome the changes that have been made, but they only go so far, and I think the problem with relying on the register, not least the fact that how often is it reviewed, and if you ask people whether they want to build a grand design house, they say yes, they'd like to build a grand design house, but have they got the actual means to do so is a different question altogether, and that isn't something that's reflected in the register, so therefore it's not means tested. And often we find if you, I don't know if the council does charge to have your name on the register, but if you do, the numbers come down considerably. So it's a reflection of actual need and demand. And as Mr. Chung said, you know, is the demand in locations such as the sustainable communities, and I don't think that evidence has been presented at all.
Mr. Matthewman.
Thank you. Reflecting what others had said, I want to bring some of my own experience to the table on this point. And this is something that I would return to when asking for more flexibility in HO12 when we come on to it. But I think as an agent, we've submitted approximately 14 applications this year for custom self-built dwellings. And if you were to ask me how many of those are within a built-up area of a local town or city, the answer is 0. When asked, do you want to build a grand design homes? Yes. Do you want to build it in a town centre location? The answer is invariably no. These sites are coming forward on former equestrian yards, garages, brownfield sites in rural areas, and most specifically areas which are not designated key settlements. What we've heard from the evidence is that these windfall sites coming forward perform a valuable and important role in bringing forward custom self-built sites. So when I look at HO11 and say it will only support custom self-built housing well located in these areas, and then there's a onus and expectation for SC sites to deliver it, I would ask whether that's going to meet the right type of need in the right locations. I think it can be resolved by looking at more flexibility in amending the wording of criterion 1 of HO11 and looking at more flexibility in HO12, but as written currently, I don't think it's justified and effective.
Thank you. Mr. Goodall.
Yeah, I think the council's obviously given a thorough statement already that it has kept the register under review. So I can just assist with a couple of references to the Edna, almost as if we were having this debate in a different context. But I think, again, I'll leave it for the council to sort of come back on the actual policy and the actual mechanics of ensuring delivery. But I think it probably is right that it's seeking the policy aspiration that it is for self-build on the sites that it is. So just in terms of references, the council doesn't charge for entry for the register. So the figure is likely to be more accurate in terms of the number of people on the register. And again, that's within the background that figure stayed consistent. The council's consistently therefore required to grant permissions there in terms of assessments against the base period.
It doesn't charge.
It doesn't charge, no, and that's paragraph 7.149 of the Edna EH01.
Well, wasn't that Mr. Rose's point that because they don't charge, people will go onto the register who might not be serious? Is that what your point?
Well, if I just round up, sir, so it's right to make that point in terms of the context we're having this discussion, but as the council said, it has kept the register under review. There is consistent evidence of need there in terms of permissions to grant at each base period. But what the EDNA does, and no one's touched on this yet, is however good your register is, and if you've got consistent evidence of demand, paragraph, let me just find it, paragraph 7.159 of the EDNA quotes from the Custom and Self-Build Report 2023-2024. You know, we have this debate often across the country. Self-build registers, that report says, they're probably an under-measurement of demand by 64%, because ultimately it's still a fairly new sector. However, whether or not your register charges, whether or not it applies a local connection test, this is an emerging sector, so one shouldn't be saying that, well, there's no charge here, so the register is as high as it's ever going to get. You've got to look at that in the context of national evidence for a growing sector. And again, I think I would say that we've looked at length here about Telford and Wrekin being quite a diverse market for housing delivery. Yes, the delivery of self and custom build in urban centres is different, but it's not a non-existent market. One could look at Bicester, for example, and have the epitome of self-build working in an urban area. So it's clearly the right aspiration to be looking at self and custom build within Telford in somewhere which is a diverse and a strong housing market. But I think that reference there, particularly 7.159 of the EDNA, does put this in context. I would advise you against coming away from here thinking, well, the Telford and Wrekin register is high for a particular reason and it's going down. The Telford and Wrekin register has been kept under review and it shows consistent demand for an emerging sector. I'll defer to the council in terms of the actual delivery points that were made, but that hopefully helps you with the EDNA evidence base for self and custom build.
Thank you. Mr. Humphreys.
Yeah, sorry, thank you for the time there, inspectors. You've been given an overview of the evidence in relation to it, and I think that is usefully summarised in the EDNA at 7.144 section H, which is the key point summary of the self-build and custom housing requirements, which tells you about past delivery rates, grants of planning permission, people on the register, etc. And what the NPPF requires in terms of soundness is that provision is made for the full range of types of housing need, and therefore that includes self and custom build. So the question really is, does that therefore need a policy requirement for a particular level of plots to be provided, or is a permissive policy which allows plots to come forward, provided they meet the relevant criteria, is that sufficient? And so if your view is the latter, then policy could be modified by removing the minimum threshold. But if your view is, no, it does need a specific threshold, then the policy approach is fine, and it's just a question of what is that percentage within that. And the evidence you've got in that regard is the historic permissions, the evidence about the sort of wider picture, as Mr. Goddell has just outlined there, and then the number of people on the register. There's no sort of nationally prescribed in PPG or anywhere else way of assessing what the need for self-build is, so it's just a case of using the best available evidence and forming a reasonable planning judgment in relation to that. We provided a policy that works mechanically, and the question is whether or not having that percentage is a sound approach, or whether that should be dropped to a lower figure, or whether actually just a criteria-based policy is more appropriate. It's not something that at this stage we would propose additional or alternative wording on, but if you would like us to, we can look at something along the lines I've outlined there.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave that with us. Thank you. Okay, we've got two more policies to go through. So HO12, housing development in the rural area. Could you just, someone introduce this policy for us and then just outline the modifications that you are suggesting to us? Again, they're not in the hearing statement, but they're in the submission document, consultation statement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'll just introduce the policy and I'll pass on to colleague Patrick Mottershead, who will go through the modifications that we've suggested. Just in general terms, the policy is about affordable housing delivery in the housing delivery in the rural area. So it kind of sets out the kind of areas where we'd like to deliver, identifies the kind of elements of rural housing delivery within the area as well, and sets out issues like key settlements, infill development, elements of replacement dwellings, conversion and change of use, and also dwellings for rural workers. So it's quite a comprehensive policy, but I feel it brings all of that together in terms of rural delivery.
So if you could just take us through the modifications that Council's now suggesting very briefly, just make sure that we've got them here.
Yep, that's absolutely fine. So obviously being a large policy, we've got quite a few modifications on this one. The first one I'll go through is essentially the headings we put out to in the policy itself. So basically just so it reads more coherently, so that includes your new housing in rural areas, infill development, replacement dwellings, conversions and change of use, and rural workers. At HO 12.1A, we've taken out the word most as a point of clarification, so it now reads directing new rural housing to sites with unimplemented plan permission. HO 12.1C, again, we put some more clarification in there to account for housing development immediately adjacent to the key settlement. So it now reads supporting a limited amount of housing development within or immediately adjoining the built confines of key settlements, so as not to result in isolated rural dwellings within the rural area. HO 12.1D, we've added in supporting sustainable for infill development, again as a point of clarification. And at HO...
So on clarification, in terms of soundness point, is this for effectiveness? Is it to make the policy effective or unambiguous?
To make the policy more effective, sir.
Okay.
And then the final modification we've got is at HO 12.4C. The replacement dwelling is sympathetic to the size, mass, character and appearance of the original building and assimilates into the surrounding context, taking into account the existing street scene.
And what's the, I suppose, what's the reason, why have these come forward? How have they risen as modifications that you can suggest to us? Have they been suggested, or in reading the policy again, you've considered that it's not, doesn't read well, or?
So in terms of the modifications, it was following the Regulation 19 consultation. Just looking for clarity on that policy.
Okay. Do people have any comments? Mr. Matthewman.
Thank you. I have 5 key areas which, to the different policy criteria, which I think need to be examined and looked at on the basis that they are essentially overly restrictive and inconsistent with national policy, such that they aren't justified. To be clear, I don't think that these flaws are fatal to the policies. I think with some amendments to the wording, we can correct them appropriately. What is the easiest way to go through these? Would you like me to go through them per criteria?
Are they in your statement?
They are.
So I've got them. So just briefly, just tell me what they are.
Thank you. It is my view that criterion 1C and limiting development to key settlements is inconsistent with the MPPF, and the focus should instead be on looking at its proximity or to recognise settlements, whether those towns, villages, and that the term limited lacks definition, creating real risks of subjectivity and inconsistency in decision-making on applications. With clearer wording, support should be given to more rural and rural fringe developments so as to help housing delivery. Criteria 1 entirely omits support for redevelopment of previously developed land in rural areas.
So criterion
1.
The first part?
Oh. Yes.
So the first part of the policy are you referring to?
Pardon me, sorry.
So when you say criteria 1?
Yep.
Okay.
For new build development where it is located outside of a key settlement, where otherwise brownfield sites could bring forward medium, small size sites. And I'd proposed in my hearing statement a new sub-criteria 1D to address that. In respect of criterion 2, which deals with infill development, it restricts development to just a single custom self-build dwelling. What we know is that there will be sites which are appropriate for more than one custom self-build dwelling. It might be appropriate for that to be limited, 2 or 3, but it need not necessarily be restricted to 1. In criterion 4G, the draft wording proposes a blanket removal of permitted development rights from new dwellings in a manner which is inconsistent with the MPPF, which says that national permitted development rights should not be restricted unless there is a clear justification to do so. And that invites an examination of each development on a case-by-case basis. And then lastly is that criterion 5E, dealing with heritage assets, is more restrictive than national policy requires by mandating that conversion must be within the existing shell without extension.
Are you looking at the submission version?
Sorry, I've just cancelled it off my screen. I believe it's consistent across both of those policies. Across both the documents.
I'm looking at the publication version, and I couldn't really follow.
Just let me open that document again, sir. Sorry.
The references. That's why I looked a bit confused. We've got your statements anyway, so we can look at that. But this is where we do get confused, I think, between the various documents.
Yeah, sorry, I was also looking at the publication version, so I think I was confused myself by some of the references as well, but I followed the general thread. What are the key settlements is set out in the supporting text. So in the publication version, at 9.107, it says the key rural settlements are set out below, and then lists the policies. So the supporting text gives you the aid to interpretation of what the key settlements are. So you've got that. Question whether or not, because that's a definition, it should be in the glossary or in the policy in some way. Happy to consider that. The point about PD and consistency with national policy, it's not a mandatory requirement, it's just an indication that generally that is what is likely to happen, but therefore obviously be considered on an application by application basis. And I think the rest of the points, we wouldn't consider they're ones that go to soundness, they're just other ways of drafting a policy.
Mr. Bathurst.
Pleasure to be back on our favourite subject. Our comments on HO12 relies very much on the outcomes from the draft Rural Settlements technical paper. That's driven a lot of HO12. And we've reviewed it thoroughly and been through everything. And I just like to highlight some real inconsistencies in this. So I'm literally quoting from the document. So description of settlements in the rural area. The settlement structure of the rural area will continue to alter over the next few years, with current large planning applications in Alscott, 470 new homes, and Crudgington, 110 new homes, now progressing into the latter stages. Neither of these are historically rural areas, but industrial sites. So how could they now be categorised as a rural area, given the scale of housing on each site has been granted? I view that as an oxymoron. Number 3, review of national policies relevant to the rural area. Consideration also needs to be given to the recent changes to permitted development rights set out in the Town and Country Planning, General Permitted Development Order 2015, as they contain reforms that promote more flexible use of land in the rural area. That doesn't appear anywhere in the HO12. There's whole sections on national planning policy that states that planning policies and decisions should be responsive to local circumstances and support housing developments that reflect housing needs. It goes on to further cover criteria on what is consider planning policies and decisions should ensure that developments function well and add to the overall quality of the area, are visually attractive as a result of good architecture. Large-scale development don't always meet that criteria. Are sympathetic to local character and history. Alscott and Crudgington had little local character, yet but approved for major housing development. But many small rural communities have ancient listed churches, village halls, and other buildings, and so lots of character and history, but they are excluded. We carry on to public and community facilities in the rural area. All secondary school provision is within the urban areas of Telford and Newport. There are no GP facilities in the rural area. So why has this not been taken into account when selecting the so-called 8 rural communities, which in many cases are on the edge of the borough and need to travel at significant distance to secondary schools and GP surgeries. The main issue is methodology. As part of the local plan review, the Council is updating the Rural Settlements paper. Following consultation and consideration of responses received, the paper may be subject to further changes in advance of the next publication version of the local plan. It needs to. The methodology looks to identify rural settlements that have a range of local services and facilities and rank them and draw conclusions on key settlements. The scoring system is biased to expand the existing large developments. As an example, Alscott has no church, no community hall, no local community spirit. The same with Crudgington. And not supporting rural communities that are in desperate need of small-scale additional housing to remain sustainable, and in many cases are closer to Wellington, Telford, and the schools and other services that these communities require, rather than the sites being suggested, such as Roddington, High Urkel, Tiverton. Interestingly, the comments when scoring these and selecting them all say limited opportunity for expansion with focus on infill. So if infill is a priority, then look at the other communities that are ranked 9 to 15 on your scoring sheet and have acceptable scores, and reduce allocations to Alscott and Crudgington. Over the course of the plan period, the Council are planning for around 1,212 new homes in the rural area. The Council estimates over 827 homes have already been completed and a planning permission at Alscott and Crudgington, but these are not rural sites. Alscott and Crudgington are not rural sites. Alscott was the sugar beet factory, closed in 2007, and Crudgington, the dairy cream site, closed in 2014. These are completely new build settlements with a history of minimal residential and community, etc. in the past. So how are these classified as rural and be allowed the majority of allocations to rural sites? They are not rural. To only allocate 385 net new homes over the next 14 years to the genuine rural community does not make sense, and further isolates the genuine rural communities and reduces their long-term sustainability. So, the rural technical paper, in our opinion, is flawed, with inappropriate scoring methodology and selection. So HO12 is based on poor evidence and conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bathurst. Does the Council just want to address that point? Mr. Bathurst considers that the selection of the key rural settlements is flawed.
It's a classic case of exercise of planning judgment. So within the rural settlements technical paper, I mean, starting point, a lot of complaints made there about what is and what is not a rural area. There is no hard and fast definition of whether or not something is rural, and there's no defined methodology for deciding whether something is rural or not. And so when undertaking this exercise, the Council carried out an assessment of its area, made broad judgments about what the rural areas are, and has then plotted those for the purposes of that technical paper at figure 1 within that document. It sets out the methodology that it adopts for undertaking an assessment of what should be considered the key settlements, and it exercises a series of planning judgments in relation to them. And whilst another person may come to a different view on those judgments, that doesn't make them unsound. There are, just as ever, a range of judgments out there as to what something is and what its impact is, and the whole range of planning factors. So we're content that the methodology is sound and represents a reasonable exercise of planning judgment.
Was that a continuation of the situation in the adopted plan? Or was this new for this plan?
In the adopted plan, we've got 5 key settlements that are named. In the evidence base for the adopted plan, we made it clear that once the developments at Alscott and Crudgington were building out or under construction, they would then become key settlements. Just to be very clear about that as well, they are wholly within the rural area, so they are new villages in the rural area.
So, sorry, just to be, so yes, plus 2 more.
So the 5 were in the adopted plan because of Cullington and Alscott been developed,
The 5 has become 7.
the 5 becomes 7. So the approach hasn't changed. It's just that 2 more settlements have been added, given circumstances.
In broad terms, yes, sir.
And what's the consultation on that, on the definition of those? There's a consultation on the technical paper.
Freestanding consultation exercise solely in relation to that.
Yeah, was a consultation. Could people input their views into that, or was it solely based on some technical criteria? And then sites were in and out based on the planning judgment of the council.
The technical paper was out at Reg 18 as part of the evidence base, as part of the wider consultation on the local plan. So clearly, if there was an issue with policies or people wanting to make commentary on policies, they could then follow and look at the evidence base that was referenced in that. And then we updated that document as part of the Regulation 19 consultation as well. And it was released at that point again.
And obviously, what the key rural settlements are within the plan, and so any representations on the plan could have made comments on the appropriateness of those being the key rural settlements.
So, Mr. Bathurst, your view is that Cruddington and Olscott should not be key settlements. Is that your position?
And my position is that you can't call them a rural settlement. These are not rural settlements. A rural settlement is a significantly smaller, more historical community. These are not historical communities. They can't be classified as rural settlements. These are new build developments on old industrial sites, which they want to expand further and further and further at the expense of the traditional rural community. Thank you.
A classic case of planning judgment, sir, and just because something's new doesn't mean it can't be in a rural area.
Thank you. Mrs. Olscott.
Thank you. I take your point about Olscott being a new village, but there's a lot of old villages, many of which have been there since the Doomsday Book, which need to be kept sustainable going forward, and a little bit of new housing to keep young families in those villages rather than having to move to the housing estates or whatever down the road would be very helpful. I've just got a few points to make on that. And also, I'm concerned that these new villages like Olscott Meads are part of your quota for rural housing. And I think the point that's already been made is, should that be part of the quote for rural housing when in fact you're creating a new village and things. So on point 312, it says, in the context of making effective use of land, chapter 11, para 118, considers that planning policies and decisions should support appropriate opportunities to remediate despoiled, degraded, derelict, contaminated or unstable land, promote and support the development of underutilized land and buildings, especially if this would help to meet identified needs for housing, where land supply is constrained. So my question is, in your plan, why have you not got more of these redundant, derelict sites? You've got a lot of sites on arable farming land, but why not more on the redundant sites? And so that's one point I wanted to make. And there seems to be very little flexibility here. And my question is, a windfall site is less than 5 houses, so I'm assuming the most you can have is 4. And I also, as far as I can see, there are no small sites, like 10 or 15, 10 houses, in the local plan. They're all large sites. So where is there a facility within this plan for, say, 10 houses to be built in a rural settlement, in a village, on redundant, derelict land? It seems to be all or nothing. A windfall site is very small. We've talked a lot about self-build houses, where you can build one house on a site, regardless of how big that redundant site might be. But what provision is there for smaller developments in these villages that need to be kept sustainable going forward? You can't just have villages full of old retired people. You need to keep the young families there. And so that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it comes to a classic sustainability point. The key rural settlements, part of the reason they've been identified as the key rural settlements is because of the, for example, additional facilities that they might have compared to other ones. In terms of then just how the plan works, at risk of retreading old ground from last week, and we've actually just discussed it just previously now, certain level of infill is allowed, certain level of development adjoining settlement boundaries is allowed, and windfall development is anticipated. And not all of the allocations are massive sites. As we did the trawl last week of the allocations. Some of them are at the smaller end of the scale. There is a full spectrum, in our view, of range of site size across the plan and the plan period. And we touched on, I think, yesterday as well, if you're to look at housing allocations as a criteria, so those houses that are specifically allocated for housing, actually more of them are allocated on brownfield land than on greenfield land, and so those types of points have been covered in the plan.
May I just ask, how do you define a small site in planning terms? When you said, sorry, Mr. Humphreys, when you said you go from big sites down to small sites, what do you call a small site? How do you define it in planning terms?
I wasn't attempting to use a particular term of art there, just describing the fact that we've got a range of site sizes within the plan. There's not a specific definition in play there. Major development is a word that is used, and that is generally treated as being 10 or more. Right, 10 or more would generally be treated as major. Small isn't a term of art in this context, which is applying a particular meaning.
Mr. Was it Matthew? Matthew Munn was next.
Thank you, sir. Earnestly meant, with all respect to Mr. Humphreys, when he says things like it's a classic planning judgment or seeks to avoid giving a definition of what a small site is, my view is that really misses the crux issue, one of which Mr. Bathurst has explained quite well, which is we have rural communities where there's an expectation and a need for some small-scale rural housing to come forward. I often find it helpful to think about a pragmatic example, an old garage site or an equestrian yard, upon which there is clearly built development where you could accommodate 1, 2, 3 new dwellings. But when I look at the rural areas policy, unless that village is a designated key settlement, of which there will be only 7, then your planning application is liable to be refused because it doesn't fit with any of the criteria of being a single limited dwelling or being a infill custom self-build. The policy is overly restrictive, such that it is missing key and important opportunities to deliver housing of a scale which is appropriate for that location. If that location is unsustainable, then by all means, issue that as a reason for refusal. But if it, as a planning judgment, is sufficiently sustainable, it should be approved. And in my view, there is no provision for those sorts of sites to come forward within policy HO12.
Thank you, Mr. Matthewman. Mr. Moulton.
Thanks. Yeah, it's just the restrictive nature of the policy, and then obviously paragraph 83 of the MPPF, opportunities for villages to grow and thrive, especially where this could support local services. So I suppose it's that recognition that, you know, rural housing delivery, there's lots of different ways of doing it, and there needs to be, the policy needs to be loosened to allow it, and particularly one part C, where it says supporting a limited amount. I think limited amount should be rewording to give some flexibility.
Why is it an unsound approach that the council's taken?
It's taking the opportunities for villages to grow and thrive. So it's giving a policy support for those rural areas to thrive alongside the limited allocations, what have been done in Part B.
But you may not agree, but why is it unsound?
I suppose it's that ethos of allowing local services and rural communities to have the opportunity to thrive.
Mr. Brandt.
I think it's, well, the one point that they'll make is we've got paragraph 82 referenced within the policy. First, I don't think it's necessary to reference paragraph 82 in the policy, but I do think, and this is really point back to in terms of Mr. Moulton, is that it should be about being responsive to local needs. And I think the policy is at the moment quite restrictive in terms of that, especially in terms of infill development. And it was just really looking at that in terms of what paragraph 82 says in terms of then what the point 2 above that it related to, in terms of really limiting a site to a single self and custom built house. That isn't really then supporting in terms of responsive to local circumstances and support housing that reflect local needs. If you're looking at an infill development, there isn't anything to suggest that why should it just be one house? Why can't it be something more in terms of responding to that local need? So it's not necessarily the case that what paragraph 82 is saying is then responded to above in terms of part 2 of the policy. So I think there is a disconnect between what national policy is saying and what is being put forward within the policy itself. So I think there is a bit of a disconnect between the support for rural housing, and especially in terms of infill, which is infill within a settlement, which isn't appropriate, and why should it just be one home? Why couldn't it be 2 or 3 in terms of responding to the local need that might be present within that settlement? So I think that's the disconnect really, and I think that's where the element of the soundness in terms of its consistency to how the approaches to rural housing is being set out within MPPF.
Mrs. Bathurst.
Yes, I agree. I mean, I think HO12 is unsound because it's so restrictive and that gives very little flexibility for these communities going forward to become even more sustainable and to remain sustainable. And I don't understand why the plan needs to be quite so inflexible and restrictive. And say, well, you know, if it's more than one house, even if it's a redundant site of several, you know, acres or whatever, you can only build the one house. Why can't it be more on looking at each case on a case-by-case basis? And also, have the planning team really looked at all these redundant sites around Telford and in the villages? Because, you know, I don't know why they want to tie their hands up to such a degree. So I gather this plan is going to continue to 2040. So for the next nearly 20, you know, however, 16 years, you're just saying, nope, those redundant sites have got to remain derelict and redundant. Nope, you can't have housing to help these villages in rural areas survive and to keep local people that want to stay there, you know, in the villages and to help families. Why are you being so terribly restrictive about it? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Humphries, I don't know whether you're able to help us on those points that have been raised. Just picking up the point that Mr Burnt raised about section 2, about paragraph 82, and it's a question from me in relation to what has been said. I mean, paragraph 2 says about new dwellings in the rural area will only be supported where they meet the criteria set out in framework paragraph 82. But paragraph 82 doesn't really set criteria in any event. It just says in rural areas planning policies and decisions should be responsive to local circumstances and support housing developments to reflect local needs. So I wonder, it goes on a little bit about community-led housing. I just wonder whether that's appropriate.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable observation, sir, and the solution would be just to simply delete 2, because the rest of the policy is what sets out the criteria anyway that you'd be being judged against.
And you don't need to repeat national policy.
Correct, sir. And paragraph 82 informs the fact that there are criteria in the policy. That's part of the reason why you have them in the first place. So I think that is a duplication point and doesn't add anything, so that could be, that one should be sensible to be deleted to avoid any confusion in the policy. I mean, sir, I can't give a response to what's been said. It's one that's not going to be popular with the room because it's something I've said already. All a reasonable exercise of planning judgment. It reflects the policies reflect the requirements in paragraph 82, paragraph 83, and have made a judgment and set out an approach as to how those can be achieved.
Thank you. Can we move to HO13, which is the final policy, which is affordable housing rural exception sites? Just introduce this policy and what it's seeking to achieve. Just checking that no suggested modifications from you on that. So our question was about whether it's justified, effective and consistent with national policy. There is one. Yeah, there's a modification that you're suggesting to us about the supporting text on 9.1.18 of the submission plan. Well, you delete it, proposing to delete should meet the internal space standards in policy HO3. Proposal will not normally be permitted to exceed 100 square metres gross internal floor space. I'd like to understand what the soundness reason for that is. And that's supporting text, is it? But it reads like a policy. Please, yes.
Yeah, so policy HO13 sets out the council's criteria policy for rural exception sites. These are defined as being minor development and consisting of 100% affordable housing. So it gives the ability to encourage more affordable housing within the rural area. It says it, the site will be within or immediately joining and well related to the built-up area of a rural settlement, and does not result in development in an isolated location. So we're trying to encourage sustainable development there. In terms of the supporting text, that provides extra information around the qualifications for rural exception sites. I'll let Patrick cover the modification.
Sorry, we're going to turn to Patrick. Sorry.
Yep, so in the actual modification, so it was proposals will not normally be permitted to exceed 100 square metre gross internal floor space, and then we got rid of the should meet the internal space standards in policy HO3.
So what's the reason for, I can see a reason to delete the reference to another policy, for the reasons that you've already explained, but what's the reason for saying, what's the reason for putting that 100 square metres gross internal floor space cap? Is that just to stop large developments?
Yeah, I think in considering that, I think we'd probably go back to the original wording. So you've got HO3.
Part of this modification?
Yes, that's correct.
Not have it, yeah.
Not have it, yeah.
But if HO3 is there, then it would need to meet it anyway, wouldn't it?
It's back to a point we've had a few times about the need to accord with all relevant development management policies in the plan.
So there would be then no suggested modification, and apart from deleting, well, there would be, because you'd be deleting policy, the reference to policy HO3, which is in the publication plan, because that's not necessary.
Yeah, I think the concerns that have been raised before about references within policies to other policies had been where it was just a straight duplication, you didn't therefore need that in the policy. Obviously the reference here is one that's in the supporting text, so isn't actually replicating policy, it's just saying, oh, as a reminder, you'll need to do policy HO3 as well. So given that it's in the supporting text rather than the policy,
leave it in.
Yeah, it's just sort of thinking back to your points, it's about what does it do in terms of soundness, and whether or not there is actually a soundness problem by it being in there that requires remediation in some way. So it could be deleted, but if it stays in, it's not offensive.
It might.
Soundness.
Yeah. You might be able to take it out anyway as additional modification because it doesn't go to soundness. I'm worried about that now. Okay. So no points on this policy. Okay. That concludes this session. So thank you very much for bearing with us with change in order. Can we just look at the programme? Would now mean that some of the sessions, some of the points that we have, some policies that we've dealt with now, we did anticipate a bit of a run over till tomorrow, but given that I thought we could deal with them, we thought it would be better to deal with them tonight than tomorrow. But we're going to pick up some other development management policies.
Yeah, so I think
they were going to just flow on, weren't they?
Yeah.
Is there a particular time when
no,
those
I think
ones
it
on
was
climate? Is it
in the
climate
programme as at some point during the morning. So really what we're saying is we're starting tomorrow on matter 6, issue 2. Yeah.
Will that be a 9:30? That's okay, so people aren't expecting to come later for that. So people will expect it to be here. And we can crack on.
The published programme says matter 6, issue 1 continued and issue 2.
Exactly.
So I think we can,
People should be here in the morning.
yeah, people who are wanting to deal with
okay.
issue 2 should be here anyway, so we can just roll straight into that.
Okay, so for those coming tomorrow, we'll see you tomorrow. For those not, enjoy the rest of the week. Thank you. Thank you very much.